of thousands on my right, thousands by my side. War between good and evil, watching our fists collide. Battle for our freedom now, to the streets we ride. Flags waving all around, pages full of pride. This is where we make a stand, no more give or take. March around the Capitol, storm the city gates. Putting pressure on their necks until the truth breaks. All walls of corruption, take out all the snakes. Star Spangled Banner, got it playing loud and proud. People from all walks of life filling up the crowd. Defend the Constitution, many warriors have vowed. Casting down any among us who have bucked and cowed. Enough with tyranny, we come to take our country back. For all citizens, white, red, brown, or black. Return her to a form of glory, fix their bloody crack on the crown. Fetch it down, it's going down.
Someday I would buy valleys with good origin, sails to distant shores. Stand up high in the proud, noble bark I steer, steady course for the havens. Too many foemen, too many foemen, too many foemen.
Tens of thousands on my right, thousands by my side. War between good and evil, watching our fists collide. Battle for our freedom now, to the streets we ride. Flags waving all around, pages full of pride. This is where we make a stand, no more give or take. March around the Capitol, storm the city gates. Putting pressure on their necks until the truth breaks. All walls of corruption, take out all the snakes. Star Spangled Banner, got it playing loud and proud. People from all walks of life filling up the crowd. Defend the Constitution, many warriors have vowed. Casting down any among us who have bucked and cowed. Enough with tyranny, we come to take our country back. For all citizens, white, red, brown, or black. Return her to a form of glory, fix their bloody crack on the crown. Fetch it down, it's going down.
My mama told me, yeah, she warned me that this day would come. I'm like my father, go to combat with the blazing guns. I survived that, then I came back to the place I'm from to face off all these haters and the battle in the place I love. You can't break me down, I'm indivisible. You still see my raps if I was invisible. But I'm standing tall, and I spit the truth. So you all appalled, cause you know it's true. They call it freedom cause the fallen troops pay for this. I love this country, doesn't matter how much hate I get. I take my colors in the battle, ain't no wavering. Cause this is for my warriors who marching to the cadences. This is for the sisters working hard on the ship. This is for the brothers getting y'all doctorate. Father, yeah, taking y'all on the ship. Baby, tell me why it's off of the Patriot. You know what they, yeah, hey. And I say it with a passion. As I pull off in the Aston. Don't nobody like his ass, huh? Tried to cover up and tell the people, go Brandon. But we know what they saying, though. You can hear the chant in every post. Don't nobody want this commie cause we not in China. Everybody hated Trump and now they out to catch a body. That's what they get for treating us like we in Squid Games. Green light, man.
Hello, hello out there. Happy Election Day, everyone. This is Inverted World, and we're going to be doing a special live coverage of the 22 midterm elections. Happy Election Day, everyone. This is Inverted World, and we're going to be doing a special Happy Election Day, everyone. The 22 midterm elections. Special live coverage of the 22 Just trying to work out some audio issues at the moment. And I seem to have eliminated the echo. Okay, so big news today, leading story. There's already been some reports of voting system issues in Maricopa County. Right now, as obviously the ballots aren't being counted yet. We have until 7 o'clock tonight when the polls close, but there's still quite a bit to get into today because we're already seeing them starting their cheating game pretty right off the bat pretty easily. So there was actually a report that Breitbart just did, and there's just been videos circulating this morning in Arizona. It started in a town called Anthem, but seems to be reported in a few different towns in Maricopa. And there's been a huge GOP stronghold in Anthem for a long time. So they're saying that across the county, there's actually a 90% failure rate for your ballot, and they're saying that if the tabulator doesn't work, you can just drop it right in the ballot box. They'll make sure they count it tonight. Yeah, sure. So I know that most of us aren't buying it. You know, when we start to see things getting fishy right away, we already know what they're planning to do. We know we learned this from 2020 already, and now we totally know what to expect. So we're already seeing election problems in Mercer County as well. Robbinsville Township reported on social media that there is a wide system outage in Mercer County. Voters can still report to their respective polling locations and vote on a standard ballot and insert their ballot into the emergency slot in the machine. So this is the same thing that's happening in Arizona, but it's also now happening in New Jersey. I believe that they are also using the Dominion scanners, and they said everyone can vote manually, so rest assured no one will be disenfranchised. This is what the Mercer County clerk promises us, and I'm certainly not going to buy into that at all. Let's see, there we are. So I actually don't really do live streams typically. I'm doing mostly meme videos, but because there's just so much going on today, I gotta try to cover as much of it as I can in this live stream. So let us go take a look at this video that came in from Maricopa County. About to pull that up for you guys right now.
Everybody wants to make sure that it reads and everything is fine.
Can you repeat that?
I promise
Can you start from the beginning and repeat that?
So what happens is we have two tabulators. One of the tabulators is not working, okay? The other tabulator is taking about 75% successful. So 25% of them are being misread, and it could be a printer issue, or it could be the tabulator itself. So when it's misread, you have an option to put it into what's called box 3, and it gets read, whether it goes downtown and gets read manually, or whether it gets refed into our tabulator.
You don't want to adjudicate.
They get read, okay? So no one's trying to deceive anybody.
Of course not on election.
No one's trying to deceive anybody. Yeah, I love how they just come out and say it right away as if they're totally not trying to hide anything. Last night, and even just a few days leading up to the elections, the mainstream media is doubling down to make sure that they get the narrative straight, and they're saying, just so you know, ballots might take a few days to count, and we may not know the winner for quite a few days. Yeah. So that's what they're already trying to make sure that, oh, ballots having to be counted late at night, that's just normal, that's natural. Let's not pay attention to any of that. So it's basically they're trying to see how many votes can they find throughout that evening. And we knew from watching 2000 Mules, the ballot stuffing, they're going to try it late at night, everyone's sleeping, no one's paying attention. In Pennsylvania, they're already saying they may not know who the winner is for a few days. I mean, really, like we have to be convinced that John Fetterman is not, actually has a chance at winning, or that he's not going to win. I mean, what? They've already gotten themselves into a corner. So they might already be so scared about the fraud that they were planning to commit today that they might not even do it at all. So, I mean, somebody that can't talk, a candidate that has a stroke and is clearly not fit to run for public office, I don't think we need to be assured that candidate, that he actually has a chance at winning. It's just a joke.
Hey, that would never happen, right? No, that would never happen.
So choices are, you guys. Sure.
When I get up there, that happens to my ballot, and I take my ballot with me and go somewhere else.
Sorry, and it's not
Because I don't trust to go in the box. The box may never make
No.
it.
So now this woman doesn't trust the box. She's saying if there's going to be a problem with the machine, then I'm getting out of line. I'm not doing this. I'm going to go to another polling place. That's exactly what's happening here. Carrie Lake tweeted out earlier, this is criminal. What's going on? This is an unacceptable issue. So you need to stay in line and vote. Stay in line and vote. So make sure you're staying. If you're in Arizona, this is a war. You need to make sure that you're staying in there. So, yes, Eliezer Cazares in Mexico. We know the winner within 4 hours of closing the voting cabins. Yeah, I mean, if like Mexico can run elections so smoothly, this is a third world country. Why is it that we can't get it right here? Why is it that we had technology, to take us to the moon supposedly in the 1960s, but yet we can't in 2022 make sure that we have a perfect electronic voting system? It doesn't really make any sense to me. Fetterwoman, yeah, I mean, it's like you're trying to placate, but you're not even doing it well at all. You're not even going to get any women to support you by going with that. That was just really embarrassing. I don't know who decided on that for him. I don't think he's in the position to be independent minded. So, that was definitely the work of his handlers, of his puppets. Yeah, really sad. Very, very sad. So, there are pretty developed countries in the free world. Yeah, I mean, I'd much rather live, to tell you the truth, Mexico is looking a lot more free than America these days. America is really our the last bastion of freedom, and it's amazing to see, you know, economies like Russia, Mexico, India are on a faster track to becoming stronger economies right now. Even, you know, and China, that just goes without saying. But I never thought I'd be living in a time right now where these countries are actually doing better in many ways. That's an inverted world for you, if there was anything. So the way that the commission in Maricopa County, the way that they're trying to cover up for this is just amazing. You got to take a look at this video of the what do we have? Here we have the, believe it or not, his name is Bill Gates. Out of, you know, I really wouldn't expect this to just sort of suddenly be a part of our reality. You have the Maricopa County the Board of Supervisors, Chairman of Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Bill Gates, saying that 20% of voting centers are having the issues with tabulators. And now he says that the ballot can still be dropped off in the box. It will just get centrally tabulated tonight. Take a look at this video right here. Let's see right here.
We've got about 20% of the locations out there where there's an issue with the tabulator, where some of the ballots, that after people have voted them, they try and run them through the tabulator and they're not going through. But the good thing is we do, first of all, we're trying to fix this problem as quickly as possible. And we also have a redundancy in place. If you can't put the ballot in the tabulator, then you can simply place it here in where you see the number 3. And this is a secure box where those ballots will be kept for later this evening, where we'll bring them in here to central count to tabulate them.
So this would function much like early voting functions, in that we would get your ballot back. Once we've signature verified it, we would send it to our central tabulator.
So no worries, it'll just be counted tonight. You know, all the votes that went into the tabulator, they're doing their thing. These are the ballots that are going to be put aside and counted tonight. Yeah, I'm not buying it so far.
Ballots that are in here will already be, in effect, signature verified, so we won't need to confirm identity, but we will central tabulate them. This is actually what the majority of Arizona counties do on election day all the time.
Yeah, would you believe it? I mean, so they're in the process of covering this up. There's just more and more evidence, you know, all over the country right now of this type of fraud. So them trying to say, oh, this is just something that happens in Maricopa. It's been happening for years. Why is it happening at the exact same time as New Jersey and Pennsylvania? So this is just one piece of the puzzle. I'm gonna go bring up something else for you guys. So this was happening later in the day at the same polling location in, let's see, what do we have here? This is also in Wickenburg, Arizona. We have one in
This is not the only location. I just spoke to someone at another location that has a 90% failure rate.
What do you suggest?
I can't tell you guys what to do. All I can do is tell you this. That's all I can say. So the failure rate is huge. Here it's around 25%. The guys are here fixing the printers and the Dominion machines said that they're on again, off again, and they'll be back later to fix them.
How do we know if it failed? How do we know if it failed? For sure.
So here's how you know if it failed. You put your ballot in, it'll kick it out. It'll tell you to make a correction. If you put it in, it'll kick it out. At the third time, it'll ask you to spoil your ballot. You want to spoil your ballot. Don't go to adjudication, because if it goes to adjudication, goes to a shady room and someone else does your vote.
So this is-
I don't care what they say, that's the...
So this is one of the reasons a lot of people couldn't even stay in line to vote, because there were issues, and for those that are working, you can't just hang around the polling place. If you can't vote, you're not gonna be able to have time to come back or any of that. So this is how they're trying to get more people to not vote. If they can have, if they could probably still get the machines to work eventually, but they want to try to stall the process as much as possible, so that people who they knew were not going to, they knew that were not going to vote early, are now trying to vote on election day and are getting screwed. So they definitely had that plan in place for those who did not want to vote early. If you're, seeing some weird issues and you're not able to vote, don't leave. Stay as long as you possibly can, because the more people that are speaking up and exposing what's going on, the more we can bring light to the evidence of the steal. So let's go take a look at what's happening in New York. Last night, Lee Zeldin supporters were at one of Kathy Hochul's rallies, and a supporter actually got choked. And yes, from the loving and tolerant left, you never think you'd see any violence on their part, but here we go. This is a pretty graphic video. Let me pull this up shortly. And this was a meme that I created today.
So I'm looking forward to contrasting my record with the extreme and dangerous record of my opponent.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represented extremism.
So this woman was choked earlier at the Hochul rally. Can you please tell me what happened?
I was here holding my sign and peaceful protest against Governor Hochul, and a woman, a very large, heavy-set woman, I'm assuming might have been a man, came and took my sign. As I was trying to retrieve my sign, there was another man who came and choked me, and there was two other people that were coming and preventing me from trying to get my sign. You can deny science! You can deny those who
This is literally a man. This is a man choking a woman. And I think that this is one of Hochul's minions. He definitely works for her, at least works for the campaign. So he has not been ID'd. There have not been any arrests made. So we have no idea who this guy is, but a report has been filed.
Dangerous record of my opponent.
And Hochul still has the nerve to say that her opponent has an extreme and dangerous record. And if you see what's going on in New York City, crime is at an unbelievable high right now, and it just keeps getting worse. People are afraid to ride the subway. For the first time in years, we actually had to bring mace with us, and one of my friends gave us drumsticks, because he said that while you can't have a gun in New York, you can defend yourself with mace and drumsticks, because drumsticks are actually really powerful in beating somebody, so you can protect yourself with them.
Hi,
However,
I'm my girlfriend.
And this is my girlfriend, Kuru.
I've also been strangled and punched during this period of time. It didn't have to do with politics. I was online in a post office, but the man, after he attacked me, I took my phone. I actually went on Instagram Live and filmed the entire thing, Instagram scrubbed it. I didn't want to, since I don't have a weapon, the only weapon I had was my cell phone. So I used my phone. I wouldn't let go of my phone, and I used that to bash him in the head. The cops eventually came. They arrested him, but they let him go the same day, and I asked why that was the case, and he said because of the new bail reform laws that happened during the BLM riots. So they let him go, and on top of it, I ordered I had an order of protection on him, right? And then in order for me to be protected, the judge ordered for me to release my home address to my perpetrator so that he would avoid those areas. So it just shows you how the system makes no sense. I've spent a lot of time in the court systems during COVID, and the deterioration of our system is so apparent, it's laughable. But then of course everyone was quarantined, locked in the house, in their homes. They're not seeing what's going on. But people like Dylan over here, like a lot of activists in New York City, we were curious. We wanted to see what was going on, and what we saw was beyond our comprehension.
Yeah, not only that, but you see them trying to normalize it so much, and so many people in New York just want to excuse that behavior and just think that it's nothing that's worth addressing or taking care of. But people are waking up, and New Yorkers that for so long have been voting along party lines, voting Democrat, the moderates and the independents are coming out and saying we don't want any more of this crime. So they actually want to vote for Lee Zeldin, somebody that actually has a plan to deal with the crime, rather than Hochul that would rather do nothing about it or just continue to make it worse.
And we thought it's crazy that there's so many people that we were Democrats too, and a lot of our Democrat friends, though they don't want to admit it, I think things are changing. You feel it in New York. I just got back from New York City yesterday, and we did a few social experiments. One of the ones we did during COVID, do you want to explain it, babe? What we did in Times Square, where we had the petition?
Yes, so we actually did a little petition in New York to see if people are willing to support quarantine camps for the unvaccinated. So we would say, are you in support of permanently separating the unvaccinated from society? And it was amazing how many yeses we got. And maybe I could actually pull that up.
So while you pull that up, I could also explain. So I did another social experiment with my friend. Well, we also wanted to spread the love, So what we did was we went on trains and we said, who here can prove that they're not a zombie, and just give us a hug, right? With the past few years have been rough for all of us. Pandemic's over. Let's hug it out. And a lot of people did give us a hug, and that was not the case early. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is something I filmed. And you guys bravely were. For me, this was so traumatic even to watch, let alone, you guys did such a good job with this. I'm so impressed. I would not. It was mortifying just to watch these people sign this fake petition and agree to things that we've seen in history as just similar to Nazi camp.
It really is. Yeah, they support concentration camps.
I couldn't believe that our fellow human beings. It's like when I was in school, we would study about the Holocaust and all that, and I'm thinking how can people do that to one another? It doesn't seem even real.
Yeah.
And then we were living it in such a real way. Now reflecting back on this period, it's nothing short of trauma, but at least what I feel like I experienced there. The physical attacks and that I personally experienced and also witnessed, and other brave patriots. New York City was one of I can imagine one of the toughest, if not the toughest, because some of our followers said, I think New York is worse than California.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it's incredible how they want to call for pandemic amnesty. Now the
the Atlantic article. Laughable.
The left just says, oh, let's forgive each other and forget all the stuff that happened, and they don't even want to be held accountable. They don't even. They're completely unconscious of how they've acted for the past 2 years, and then literally calling for our death, wanting us to get sick of COVID and die. That's what they wanted, and now it's time to just forget about all that. So let's look at this.
They're gonna realize one day. No, I'm just gonna say, like, they're gonna realize one day that they were the very image of evil, and all the horrible things that they called us, it was really a reflection of themselves.
Yeah.
It just.
Yep.
I'm just so glad that we were on the right side of history.
Me too.
Like, I just have no doubt about it in my mind. All right, sorry, Dave. Sorry, that you show.
Let's play.
You guys like to sign our petition? Permanently separate the unvaccinated from society? Anybody? How you guys doing? You guys like to sign our petition? It's to permanently remove unvaccinated people from society. You guys like to sign our petition? We haven't had any takers yet.
It's okay. You'll get some. I promise.
Really? Permanently remove anyone who's unvaccinated. Put them in a camp, like a detainment center. You think it's a good idea?
Yeah.
Remove the children from the parent just for like a temporary period of time. To remove the children from the parents so we can go ahead and get them vaccinated too. Do you want to sign it too? There you go. Thank you.
Anybody who doesn't get vaccinated would be required to quarantine in one of these centers for 14 days.
Make sure that it's mandated for every student in order to go to school.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right.
Have a nice
Enjoy your
holiday.
time. Get more information from the CDC if you're interested. No? Okay. All right. God bless. Have a good one.
I think that everybody should be vaccinated.
Everyone should be. So if you'd like to sign a petition, basically it's
No, I don't sign any
Okay, that's okay. But thank you for your support. We want to, basically separate them. Anyone who's unvaccinated, we want to separate, and isolate them. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, they're doing it in Australia. We think it's a good idea in New York too. Permanently separate. No? You don't think so? I agree with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. They're already doing it in Australia. It's supposedly working really well.
Okay.
There's some parents who are a little more hesitant about vaccinating their kids, but we want to go ahead and make sure that the mayor and the governor mandate that for the students, for anyone who's eligible. So thank you for your support. All right.
So basically, anybody that isn't vaccinated would have to admit themselves into one of these
It's
centers.
the group he made a long time ago.
Until they decide to
Yeah.
get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
No more unvaccinated. No more unvaccinated people in society. Would you like to sign our petition? Keep the unvaccinated out of New York. This way, they'll be placed in green zones. They have more of an incentive to get vaccinated.
You know what? I do believe in the mandate. I'll be honest.
Yeah, go ahead. So basically, anybody that isn't vaccinated would have to admit themselves. Thank you.
You Americans have been raw dogging Corona so bad that it is horrifying.
It's very sad that people refuse to believe in science, follow the science.
Very unnecessary. I don't know what kind of rights or amendments y'all have, but
You have to be vaccinated to enter restaurants and bars and venues, and we just think to seal the deal, why not have the unvaccinated just completely out of the city?
That sounds a little holocausty.
Well, I mean, in Australia, they're just quarantine camps, so if you've been traveling or if you're not vaccinated, you just have to be quarantining for 14 days. And then, I mean, a lot of them too aren't really getting the vaccine, so it's just harder, to convince more people without a more effective approach. But, this is basically just a public health measure. I mean, in the past with pandemics, there have been FEMA camps set up to, try.
Yeah.
Always got to make sure.
And there's more info if you guys, I can give you guys a flyer. The CDC actually has this on their website.
These are real signatures? Yeah, real signatures.
So what's kind of unfair is that there's a lot of people walking around that aren't vaccinated. So we're trying to push the mayor to move these green zones, these green camps. There's already basically said he wanted to do, but there's not getting enough support from the people. So we're just asking for signatures to kind of follow in Australia's footsteps, if you will.
Okay.
We're trying to just basically keep out the dirty people and, let the clean people go about their lives, which
I
seems
respect
fair.
it, yeah. Big. So let's go by big.
We're just kind of gathering signatures to get that, show that the people of New York actually are ready to take this to the next level.
Sure.
So, yeah, very good. Great. You could just name and signature. You can put an initial. If you don't have to put the email, but we won't spam you. This will really help us kind of sort out, people that are a threat to society and those that are good to go.
So you're petitioning a form to try and get them vaccinated, and if they're not going to get vaccinated, sort of exclude them from the general public so they're not injuring anyone.
You already know, exactly. Basically, there's people can lie, right? It's that easy, and so that could be dangerous.
I mean, this is America. It was
This
made
is
off
America.
of lying.
Exactly, you already know. So the point is to be able to legally go in and say, we know you're not vaccinated, you're lying, now we can do something about it. But right now it's kind of a free-for-all, so people can still die. So this isn't anything legal, it's just showing the mayor that we have the support for the green zones, kind of like in Australia that they've been proposing. We don't really know the numbers. But if we can go in there and go door to door and then say, hey, we know exactly who you are, and we know how many, if you got the booster or not, then we can start to really separate and sort out everybody. And, I know it seems un-American, but really we're just trying to save lives.
Actually, it seems more safety than, I'm un-American.
So if New York does it, then maybe the rest of the world will do it. So, it could be good for everybody.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And we just cleared out Rikers Island, or we're about to, so might as well throw them in there, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's pretty
just lock
rough
'em up.
there.
I mean, you can't trust people, so
I
if
heard
you
some of it.
fucking hear that, nothing's gonna top that.
He wants a concentration camps, right?
I said we already have them built. We just cleared out Rikers Island, so might as well throw them in there. They're like, haha, yeah. Why not? They're not scared enough. These kids are walking around. Come on. There's only one mask on that kid. Come on. There should be at least, I shouldn't be able to see his eyes. Well, clearly, if the parents aren't vaccinating the kids, they don't deserve to be parents, right? Because that's just harmful. So, take them all, put them in a cage, right?
In a humane way, of course.
In a humane way, yeah, like a padded cage.
Yeah, padded.
With like the hamster stuff, the bedding.
Oh, yeah.
Just they gotta pee, they gotta,
I'm Spanish.
give them a little water bottle.
I can't do it.
These freaking free thinkers, they think they can just make up their own minds.
It's a lonely existence.
It has to be their thoughts have to be programmed. That's the safest way.
I mean,
for
if the whole world's going this way, why would you go the other way? It's like, duh.
So
disturbing.
Yes. So that was filmed.
Well, it is election
Oh,
day.
whoops. So that was filmed last year, and while it's kind of old footage, I feel like it's relevant now because it's a reminder of what these same people are going to be voting for again. They want to vote for the person that kept mandates, that wanted to make them more and more strict. So they're just going to do it again. They're going to keep voting for the same people, and things are going to keep getting worse. This is what you have to be in total shock of, that they're going to keep doing this again just because that's what they're told. And really very, very sad.
But then I think what the video that I did, I don't know if you could pull that up, where it's just, if you get one person to just give you, like what with that video I was mentioning where we try to get hugs from people, we got one person to stand up and give us a hug, and it just sort of became this, everyone wanted in, and everyone wanted to get a hug. It was just like, you light a small spark, and then,
Yeah.
And so, as much, I don't know, I think we also have to realize on our side that each person is immensely powerful, and one person can also we all have to stand up. I mean, we are living in a time where the institutions are failing us on a cataclysmic level, and I also see this as a war between people who still believe in our institutions and those who really see through that and say, like, no, it is time to to build anew. And it's also a fascinating and exciting time. You know, I don't want people to forget that as scary as it is that these institutions are failing us, it's also the technologies. Yes, there's a lot of censorship and all that, but I think if we connect with one another, we love one another, and we start building, like, you know, classes outside of these, you know, public school. The public school system is, or like just the school system in general, is just totally failing the kids. And we can, you know, like we should start homeschooling, we should start homesteading, all these things that we can do to build a world, our version of the new world. Like, instead of this, you know, why do we have to go with this whole new world order, right?
Yeah, because and also I think we're very much stuck in this duopoly, and while it's very important that we vote out the Democrats this year and push back as much as possible, voting red all the way down the ticket, we have to see that in the long term, this one election is not going to change much in waking us all up. And when we all wake up, there's going to be an even stronger resistance, and that is breaking away from our dependency on this political system. Because while all this stuff is happening in the background, the economy is failing right now. You know, the stock market is at an all-time low. Food prices keep going up. Our fuel situation, our energy situation is out of control, and this is definitely, you know, could create a huge turning point and all that. But we also need to realize, can we stay dependent on these politicians? And I don't believe that that's the answer. So from the bigger picture, we need to be prepared. And you know these elections could get heavily contested, and yeah, like you know, we may not know the true results of this election until weeks down the line. We could have another January 6th type event. And so we know what the game is with elections. We know what they're capable of. So until we establish that fair election system, we don't have a strong nation. So if things start getting really chaotic, and you know they start pulling the food shortages, and if this diesel shortage really starts to affect things, you know, starting your preparation is really key, really important. You know, get some extra food, fuel up your car right now. Get what you need, because it's better to be prepared than not at all. I think, you know, yes, we want to have faith. You know, God is looking over us, and we want to, you know that, you know, everything will be okay. But the more that you're prepared for this, the easier it's going to be.
Well, we went to Trader Joe's last night, and we were shocked at how many things were just out of stock.
Yeah, just, you know, couldn't get spinach, couldn't get turkey or chicken, just things you just normally would see shelves just full of. You weren't seeing it. And this is just becoming very common at grocery stores. If you want to see how our economy is doing, all you got to do is do some food shopping.
It's also funny, like I had some friends who were just like kind of right out of college, and they were saying that anybody who was like a good student or with a lot of potential, they're not going into politics. They're going to tech, right? They're like this one friend, he had a internship at I forgot where, but it was in politics, and he was just saying how dismal, how just, you know, it wasn't a lot of intelligent kind of decision making happening, and it just seems that the government, the country is being run by a lot of just not very. They're just not forward thinkers, you know. Like when I was still trying to figure out what was going on, like I was like thinking, why didn't Bernie win, right? Like I wouldn't have been so suspect if Bernie actually just, you know, won, right? And then I was looking into the other Democratic candidates. I really like Tulsi. For a second there, I gave Andrew Yang a little bit of a chance because he at least sounded like a forward thinker. Like he sounded like a 21st century candidate. But then what happened? Biden got elected of all the Democratic candidates that were out there. It made no sense whatsoever. And then Kamala as VP, after Tulsi totally demolished her, right?
Yeah.
During during the debates. So it just seems so obvious to me that something was up. And this was when I was more Democratic leaning. I actually worked for Al Sharpton, and if you could believe it. And I actually, even working with Al Sharpton, that surprisingly it red pilled me about a lot of things. We were doing a show about gun violence in America, and I shot my first gun. I met people who were pro Second Amendment, and they made these really interesting points. And it was funny enough, I think, and I got to also travel the U.S. and I went to a lot of the ghettos as well. So, as people were like, oh my, I get it. He's a race baiter. I was very disappointed also with the way he handled. He spoke at the George Floyd funeral, and I know people from inside that camp, and I know they saw through it. I saw the BS. I mean, even the Tawana Brawley. I mean, for those who really know his history, that's also clear that we weren't able to talk about it, and that he like never just apologized. And I think we also sat through the Sarah Palin versus New York Times
we did.
case, and that was another thing where it was just, I mean, even the judge, right? He was clearly actually, I think in the beginning, against Sarah. Like, I mean, he made this sort of joke, was like, isn't this the woman who thinks, like what was the joke that everyone made about her looking in the window,
I don't remember.
And seeing Russia from her window or something, whatever, they were making fun of like her stupidity and in the beginning, but then by the end the judge was like, just like yelled at the New York Times, like, how dare you, this is egregious. I mean, they did win, New York Times did win nonetheless. I mean, it does look like they have Sarah Palin has a good chance of going to the Supreme Court with this, because our laws are just so antiquated when it comes to, like, it hasn't accounted for the changes with social media and all that. Like, even me, like, I built this massive following during the pandemic, and I spoke to a lawyer friend of mine. She's like, yeah, even you are considered now a public figure. And I'm like, me? So it's just a crazy time where the kind of the average citizen can can build a following. Like, it's crazy what the power of the individual in this day and age. So yes, there's like the institutions are crumbling, but we say we want freedom, but freedom requires us to really we need to take responsibility. I mean, it's a lot of responsibility to really want freedom. And so this is also a call for each patriot to stand up and to figure out their own worth. How can you contribute to this fight, right? So there is for me, the thing that I feel the most passionate about is, as I'm a teacher, so what's happened to the kids. We're actually thinking maybe of going to taking a trip to North Carolina to support
a protest against the drag show for kids is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina.
The over-sexualization of children. I mean, this is the CRT. CRT is what really actually woke me up in 2016. I looked at what was going on in the curriculum, also how Republican voices were getting censored, and as a Democrat, I thought, this is not liberalism, this is not free speech, and I was a Democrat because I thought that I was standing for the party of free speech, and that was so apparently not the case anymore, and so that's one of the reasons that made me switch.
And Tulsi Gabbard recently leaving the Democrat Party is huge,
epic.
Really quite the transition, and she was recently campaigning with Lee Zeldin, so that's what she's doing is getting the anti-war Democrats to really start speaking out and hopefully inspiring them to do something different this year and vote Republican, because it's really the Democrat Party that used to be the party of anti-war, and now they are literally the fascist party supporting war. So it's amazing how the tables turn.
And I, for one, was someone who was extremely afraid to voice my opinion. I think I wore the mask because I didn't want to be seen as somebody who was potentially conservative. You know, I was so scared to come out of the conservative closet. And I think the more and more emboldened us conservatives become to speak our voice, to share our stories, the truth is going to come out. And I see it. I see, like even people in our close niche, you know, we're both New Yorkers through and through. I've been living in New York City since I was 4 years old, and so I'm seeing now people who were adamant Democrats. I mean, sure, majority of them are still very stubborn in their way. Like, I think a lot of it is about rigid thinking, and the rigidity and actually a lot to do with their people's own past trauma. I mean, none of us go through this life unscathed. And when I have these debates with my Democrat leaning friends, it always goes back to their past trauma, right? And to lead with love and to say, like, I hear you, I love you, and your pain is real, and I'm so sorry for, you know, like my friend, I was talking to him about DeSantis and this so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which clearly the bill doesn't say anything of that nature. And we were discussing the 7-page bill, and then his response was, "Do you know what it's like to be gay? You don't know, like, how painful it was to grow up gay." And that's what it's really about. It's not politics. It's about his past trauma. And so and in getting good at having these not debates, like just these conversations where you say, like, hey, I understand, like, I'm sorry for your pain. Look, somebody in your family died of COVID. I'm so sorry for that. You know, I of course empathize with the loss of whoever your loved ones. But here's the thing. Here's the rub. Like, intelligence, they say, is the ability to hold two conflicting ideas in your mind at the same time. So how do you have a conversation where you can present both? That's the challenge.
Yeah. This is getting into a very deep conversation.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I tend to do that. So Dylan is a lot more politically minded. I actually am not. I'm more of a culture person, so I tend to really annoy Dylan with that. I'm sorry. I'll go away.
It's not. It's not that. I just, I want to try to stay a little focused on what's going on. That's all.
Okay.
And so there's a lot going on in the background. I mean, like we've said earlier, there's a lot of fraud that's been going on so far this morning, and they don't want to say that it is, but these issues going on with the voting systems are raising some alarms. So what can we draw from that? Well, they're freaking out that so many people decided to vote on election day and not early voting. So it's that they're trying to figure out a way to stall as many voters as possible, so that it's just they can find a reason to keep the election delayed for the next few days, and it's getting really it's getting so brazen already that we can assume that they're already rigging it in the background.
Did you show them the video that you made of John Fetterman? I mean, this is just shocking. Some of these candidates.
So just a reminder of who Pennsylvanians will not be voting for and who they will be trying to steal this election for. We have John Fetterman's amazing campaign ad that I just have to pull up right now.
It's so crazy. Like, any one of you guys can make a better ad than this guy.
Anybody. And I don't know, it looks like they probably
amateur hour.
It looks like they probably filmed this on their phone.
Like, audio is horrible. No lighting.
Yeah.
Like, and I mean, Dr. Oz. I mean, he's also has such more of a like just mainstream culture. He, more people know who he is.
This is.
And actually, he's still a practicing doctor, is what I hear. And I actually have a friend who had him as a doctor and was like saying he was a really nice guy and everything. So I think he has a pretty good reputation. A lot of people don't know that he's Muslim. I don't know if that's could be problematic for him.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but I know it's something that he seems like he doesn't talk about.
Yeah. Where is this clip?
What?
Bear with me for a second.
The Fetterman one? Yeah, I mean, I would be shocked. I mean, if Fetterman wins, that's how you know. But then the lies are just so brazen. It's insane.
Yeah.
Right?
It's okay.
Am I talking too much, babe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking too much. Okay. All right. Just trying to fill up the dead space. Yeah.
It's okay. Don't worry about doing it.
Okay. We have very different styles.
Hold on 1 second.
Actually, I learned a lot about politics through you, babe.
Let's see now. I thought that I had this saved, but I'm just going to try ahead and find this right now.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
And this you said is sort of a nod to some commercial?
So this is they're trying to recreate the Mean Joe ad it was a Coca-Cola ad from the 80s of, this little kid that sees that this player is injured and then, gives him a soda.
Mr. Fetterman.
So
Look,
just look at how it was filmed.
Look, this is it. You could tell that it's not even angled. The camera's not even angled. Like it should be. How would you say it, babe? Like it's crooked. The camera's crooked, right?
Yeah.
This is like basic.
It looks really bad.
101.
Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman.
Yeah?
You need any help?
I'm running for the U.S. Senate, kid. I need all the help I can get.
You're running for Senate?
Sure.
Where's your suit and your flag pin and your hair?
Oh, hey, kid.
I just want you to know I'd vote for you.
Hey, thanks, kid.
You want a drink?
Nah.
Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman.
Yeah?
You need any help?
I'm running for the U.S. Senate, kid. I need all the help I can get.
You're running for Senate?
Sure.
Where's your suit and your flag pin and your hair?
Oh, hey, kid.
I just want you to know I'd vote for you.
Hey, thanks, kid.
You want a drink?
Nah, no.
Really, you can have it.
Okay. Thanks.
See you around.
Hey, kid. Catch.
Wow. Thanks, Mayor John.
I mean, that was can you even believe that that's real? I mean, I just don't know how that anybody could vote for this man. And they put this ad out as if nobody's going to notice that there's a problem. So it's just, they don't care anymore. We're clearly at war. They keep dropping these like psychological warfare bombs on us. And I think at this point, for us to be surprised by all of this is exactly what's distracting us. There's no reason to be surprised anymore by what Democrats do, because they'll do anything. They'll lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal. At this point, they've shown all their cards, so they're really just not. They're just not trying anymore. When Obama was president, before Trump, it's like they were a lot better at hiding their tracks. They were a lot better at blending in and seeming official and having Obama as this very presidential guy, and they didn't even really need to do so much to cover up. But now that it's all out in the open, they're getting. It shows how desperate they're getting. So I really would not get so distracted anymore by Uncle Fester and all these idiots, because ultimately they're just puppets, and now with someone like Fetterman, it's pretty clear that they'll just put anybody in. So we are going to take a short break. I'm going to put on some music for you guys, and the first polls should be closing in about 30 minutes, so we're going to check back in about 15 minutes. I'll have some more reports for y'all, and we'll take a closer look at what's going on with the fraud. So stay tuned. Thanks for watching Inverted World. If you haven't already, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button and that notification bell for more news, updates, memes, and make sure you're tuned in, because we got a lot to cover tonight. Thanks.
We're going to go to Jeff. afterlife. Donne-moi la sérénité.
All right, folks, we are back, and I want to bring your attention to a new report coming out of Wisconsin at a polling place. I believe this is in Madison, Wisconsin. He demanded election workers stop the voting, and he was armed with a knife. He was shortly arrested. He was a 38-year-old man. Police said voting was paused for 30 minutes and that nobody was hurt. A man, staff at the West Bend Community Memorial Library called police around 12:35 p.m. local time, saying an armed man had showed up and ordered staff to stop the voting. So I don't know what this is. This could be a just a last-ditch effort to, create some chaos. Maybe have emergencies, at polling places so that, I don't know, security is tighter, or they want to just keep things delayed. It's like delay, delay, delay as much as possible is the consistent theme of the evening tonight. I want to remind everybody, if you're in Arizona, they are extremely scared of Kari Lake winning this election. She is probably the most MAGA candidate for governor that Arizona will ever have. And, the current governor, Ducey, he had his run, but he was, always very establishment. And I'll never forget Kari Lake going up against this CNN reporter, calling her out for not having her mask that day. We'll take a look at that in a second. This is just what a few days ago what Kari Lake said about Hillary the other day. This is just great.
Republican gubernatorial candidate. All right, we head now to the state of Arizona. Republican gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake and Senate candidate Blake Masters. They are continuing to put Democrats into panic mode. And there he was, the anointed one, Barack Obama, out in Arizona, pretty angry on the campaign trail this time, campaigning against them earlier today. Here with reaction, gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake. She has a pretty big lead over her opponent, and also Blake Masters, who got some great news this week. Not only did the Libertarian that was running for the Senate in Arizona drop out of the race, but that Libertarian candidate endorsed Blake Masters. Good to see you both. Kari, let me start with you. I'm sure you're all upset that Barack Obama went out there to campaign against you.
First it was Liz Cheney last week, and I just laughed that off, and now I'm living rent-free in Barack Obama's mind, and then Eric Holder today. But I was a little concerned today, I'm going to be honest, when I saw Hillary Clinton bad-mouthing me, and she looked angry and actually scared, and just completely unrelated. I want you to know, just in case you're wondering, I'm in perfect health, my brakes on my car are in good shape, and I'm not suicidal. And we're going to win this thing on Tuesday.
I think one of the things that has endeared you to the people of Arizona and around the country is you got a great sense of humor and you got a good comeback for everything. Blake Masters, this is big news for you because, look, in the polls that I was seeing, it was 4, 5, 6% the Libertarian was drawing. Those are votes against Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is a rubber stamp for all things Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden. He's been on the forefront of supporting every bit of the agenda that they are advocating, and he hasn't lifted a finger to secure the border in your state. I would say now that you are the odds-on favorite because of this endorsement. This is a big deal.
It is a big deal, Sean. And, I'm honored that the Libertarian candidate, I think he graciously bowed out, honored to have his endorsement. It's a good boost of momentum here. And we've got all the momentum in this race. Mark Kelly, he's floundering. He is desperate. I think Katie Hobbs is desperate too. They're so desperate, they don't want to talk about their own ideas. They don't want to talk about their own track record. So what do? They dust off Barack Obama. They drag this guy out of retirement to come and distract everybody, right? And he talks about how we're dangerous.
The reason he's angry is because he likes his schedule. He doesn't feel like working every day.
Mark Kelly
He's mandated to get up and do the work
one of the
Joe
biggest
Biden can't do
snakes
it.
And
nobody wants to be
if you
serious.
go
They almost filled a high
take a
school
look, when I
gymnasium.
was so I used to work for Project Veritas, and we used to expose campaigns, and one of the
you said something that you take off.
candidates we actually did expose was Mark Kelly's campaign. We caught one of his staffers on camera. I wasn't there when all this was going down and when they spontaneously interviewed and everything, but I do want to bring up this little clip of Mark Kelly and his campaign staffer. So, Arizona is just such a crucial election because it's a GOP stronghold, yet it's notorious for fraud, as we saw in Maricopa. And the audit that went down, they weren't even able to get a successful audit to help overturn that election, even though it should be. So, it's really no surprise what's coming out in particular, but this was. Let's go take a look at Mark Kelly's clip right here.
They're very Catholic. They're like super pro-Catholic. I told them both of you. They're worried about what? Because they're pro-Catholic. And I told them both of you. Worried about that. But they said they don't know if they're so Catholic. And they don't know how they really
The position's pretty clear.
Okay, let's say they're like pro-life, okay? And they like ask me if Mark Kelly is pro-life.
Yes.
Say yes?
I would say Mark Kelly is pro-life, but also pro keeping the government out of our health care.
What can I try to tell them?
Well, I support a woman's decision to make this between her and her doctor. We had that under Roe v. Wade, and it's got Roe allowed restriction, work restriction.
Yeah.
And I guess somebody who doesn't think that is a right that we much have, right, totally different side of the
Even though he's not pro-life?
Oh, absolutely, he's not pro-life.
Okay, good.
Can't be.
So he's running on a pro-life platform, yet his staffers have admitted that he really is not. So it makes you wonder, all these Democrats, that keep pushing these lies all the time and, make it central to their party platform to support immigrants, to support abortion, all these things. They don't really believe in these things. They've convinced themselves to believe that it's true because of what they say to the public all the time, but they know that they're wrong. They know that it's bad. So how they try to cover up for it becomes more and more laughable, because what they know, and we know that they always know. So it's becoming more and more of a circus. And let's go ahead and finish this clip.
Far left leaning, otherwise that'll scare away a lot of those independents.
Excuse me, Senator. Hi, I'm Chris Herzog from Arizona.
Oh, how are you?
Welcome. I wanted to ask you, my friend's family is stuck in Mexico under Title 42.
Do you have a card?
I don't on me.
Number?
I don't on me.
Let me have somebody on your...
But just a quick question. I understand Arizona's a purple state, so you have to kind of pander to the moderate. But
let me get a contact, an email. Sure. I'll have somebody email you. Okay, we'll have somebody email you.
Okay. But can I...
Yeah, border. That one is a hard conversation because it's just like Republicans are like no to immigrants, and also are like, we're in a job shortage, and I'm like, well, okay. If we let the immigrants in,
right,
we'd have more people to work our jobs.
So they're scared, and even moderate Democrats would be scared of seeing illegal immigrants take up all of these jobs. They claim to be in the working class. That's that was their platform for a long time, but now it's like let the government take care of us, give us all socialism, give us free stuff. That's what it's turned into. But there's still a handful of those moderate Democrats out there, and even my uncle and a few that I know do support a strong border, that are support vetting immigrants, people that come into our country. So why is it so radical to have a war, to have strong borders? You have millions flooding the border right now, and that's why deciding the balance of power in Washington right now is going to help us move towards a more secure border. With the Democrats having the presidency, having a Republican Congress, I think is going to balance stuff out. And just these basic things, just having a strong border, lowering inflation, these are things that are more within reach if we can flip everything tonight. So let's definitely pray that we have something coming through for us, that we have this red wave coming through, and I'm very confident that it'll be there, and those that are committing the crimes right now are held accountable. And it's crazy how also Pennsylvania is so dependent on that as well. John Fetterman is kind of just like this new, what you're seeing is like this Weekend at Bernie's type scenario going on, but in the world of politics. It just doesn't have to make sense anymore for it to work for the left. So that's why they've they've gotten to the point where there's no reason for them to put out candidates that talk sense and can sound official and presidential. They don't really need that anymore. They only rely on brainwashing and continuous lies to keep people voting along party lines. We also have a report in Champaign County, Illinois, that a cyber attack is causing connectivity issues. Now, there's some information about the National Guard protecting polling places in the event of cyber attacks. And why is all of a sudden the National Guard ready for this? I'll share something else that's very interesting as well. So Q posted a couple of new, made a couple of new posts these past few days, and hadn't posted in over a year. And let me show you what that was. Give me a minute here. Things are just, I'm sort of like bringing up all this stuff on the fly, so just bear with me while I look for stuff. Oh, in other news, Candace Owens has been fired by Ben Shapiro, and I have no idea why. This is, so here's the first one. About to find the first one, give me 1 second. So I'm doing this, bringing up all this information and videos all by myself, so just bear with me for a little bit. So here is a Q post. This is from November 6th at 11:18 p.m. What groups are financing Ukraine? Why are they financing Ukraine? Why was Hunter in Ukraine? What did Pop threaten to withhold from Ukraine? $1 billion? Who benefits? What did Pop receive in return? Why is Hunter not in jail? Think. Blackmail? Bribes? Extortion? Threats? How do you control a leader? And how do you control a country? Are you ready to take back control? Your vote matters. You have all the tools you need. So, there's something about, this war in the Ukraine and the midterm elections. There's a connection. We're not sure what it is, but something's going down, and the outcome of these midterms could have a potential effect on Ukraine and Russia, or it could be the other. It could be Ukraine and Russia affecting our elections. I'm going to say whoever the controllers are overseeing this Ukraine situation, whatever their influence is, the Khazarian mafia, whatever you want to call them, their influence in this in these elections, we have yet to see. But could we actually open up the real investigations, actually arresting the people that have committed treason? Is that within our grasp after these midterms? What we could see is the white hats, or whoever it is that could, military personnel that could, take care of these election crimes. They're hinting at something, and they're hinting at something really disastrous happening to Ukraine. And then what Ukraine is going to do is they're going to try to blame it on Russia. They're going to try to do something to make an excuse for the fraud that we're going to see tonight. And we'll see what happens. It could be a total shit show, or it could be the greatest thing that's happened to our country, and people actually start being held accountable. Let me show you as well the next post that came. And this isn't exactly, I think I must have pulled up the wrong photo, but this is a tweet from a voter in New York. The steel is on in New York. My husband showed up at 6 a.m. in Fairport, New York to vote. He's never had an issue ever in his 20 plus years of voting. He was denied his vote today. Every machine malfunctioned. Line was 40 plus people deep. He had to leave for work without voting. So they were definitely planning for scenarios like this. They wanted to make sure that people could leave. So that is part of what's going on. And now all this stuff about the elections are going to take longer, we may not know for a few days. This is something that came up in 2020. 42 states and DC had reported enough results for news organizations to project winners in the presidential race by about 3 a.m. So, they couldn't even get the narrative consistent. So back in 2020, we saw the election contested for quite a few days, I think at least a couple weeks before Biden was declared the projected winner by the mainstream media. And there were states that took longer, and now they're already, so there hasn't really been any election in history that's ever said, warned people, it's going to take a very long time to count the ballots. Do you really expect me to believe that? We had this technology, voting technology has evolved. It was so archaic, and we dealt with paper ballots before there were all these machines, and now it's more of a problem. So you just can't trust really any of these machines. That's the issue with what's going on. So now let me bring up that next Q post. Why do some elections take more than a day to count? Can cheating be done after the polls are closed? Who controls the poll books? Who controls the databases? Who controls the elections? Why are extra ballots printed? If someone doesn't vote, can bad actors hijack their vote? How and why did the National Guard activate cybersecurity teams? Who gave the order to activate the cybersecurity teams? Why? To protect the elections, to claim the midterms are safe? Safe from what? Setting the stage? Watch carefully. White hats have secured many systems, but problems still remain. You have all the tools you need. So they're definitely alluding to the National Guard being involved here as a sign that something big is coming, and we don't exactly know where in particular, but they're hinting at something. And I kind of lost faith, I'll admit, in the the Q predictions, because they were predicting a lot of stuff that really just never happened. And I know a lot of good patriots. I have friends that are really into the Q stuff, maybe less so now because of what we're seeing. But I've been telling people this from the beginning, that we can't put any faith in false idols, and we can't be waiting around for a president that may or may not have been legitimately elected to come back and save us. And I think a lot of the Q people are very stuck on this. They want to have hope, and I think it's a trap that we get ourselves into, because we give those people more validation instead of looking at what we can do to take back our republic. And it's really going to come from we the people. It's not going to come from the military. It's not going to come from Trump, even though I would love for him to come back and save us from this disaster that we're in. But it would be too easy, and it wouldn't give Americans the motivation to wake up and see what's really going on, and that our political system is so broken that it's just not something we can stay dependent on if we want to see real change. And you can run yourself, you can try to get involved in politics yourself, and if you have the answers and you believe you can make the change, I mean, go for it. But it's once you're hooked into their system, you can never expect to be completely independent in politics. And Lee Zeldin right now, I think, is going to do an incredible job if he's elected. I have a lot of faith that he can get elected. But in the primaries, I was really hoping for Andrew Giuliani to win, because Rudy Giuliani really cleaned up the crime. I trust his son. Andrew Giuliani was the only candidate running that didn't get vaccinated, and Lee Zeldin is, and he supports medical freedom. He's against mandates, but a lot of my activist friends, would have preferred to see someone like Giuliani win, because he represents their values a lot more closely. And while that's the thing, is that you can never expect a politician to be perfect. You have to be, when you're in politics, you have to be. There's so many compromises that you have to be willing to make, and that's why it's such a dirty game. That if you want to play it, you're always going to find yourself making compromises. And even some of the really great MAGA Republicans out there, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and Kari Lake, there's also people that they have to answer to. There's also, there's also handlers that they have to please. Mehmet Oz, he gets a lot of support from Trump. He's a big Trump guy, and he's definitely, the clear, a person that's definitely right for the job because he's clear on the issues, but he also comes from a very establishment background. I mean, being Hollywood, being in the media, having his TV show. He's not. I don't think he's on the same level as a Trump type. I would say Ron DeSantis definitely has more of that MAGA edge, and I don't think Dr. Oz is. While his policies are great, you can't expect, even if he wins, you can't expect that he's going to do everything you want. So you really can't get everything you want out of politics. And while it helps things a little bit, ultimately, we have to try to take the money out of politics. And if politicians actually did things purely in the interest of people and the nation, we wouldn't have corruption. So there's always going to be this element of corruption, this element of making compromises. So it makes you kind of want to unplug from politics when you see that there's really no way that you can win. But I think the way that our reality is designed, the way this game is designed, if you will, is they'll let you speak your truth, be active, do as much to the point where you're not rocking the boat. And what does rocking the boat mean? Well, you can't just come out and say the obvious truth about what we all know. For instance, about the bankers, about 9/11, about the moon landings, about all of these false flag events throughout history. I know this might sort of be off topic, but I've seen clear evidence that we never landed on the moon. You can try to rationalize it, but all the footage that I've seen points to a staging. And Trump, he comes out there and he's talking about space and going to the moon and all this. He knows that we didn't really land on the moon, but he can't just come right out and say that. It's knowing, and I think a lot of people got really upset that Trump, really pushed for the vaccine. And I'm not a Trump hater as a result of that. I would say I had a lot more love and respect and support for him before he went on the record and came out in support of vaccines. I don't know why he does it, but it's clearly a battle that he didn't want to pick. He said, look, we'll make the vaccines available. I've tried. He tried to push for all these alternative treatments, but he got censored. He got shit for it. So he wanted to make a compromise, saying we'll get the vaccines out as soon as possible. But in no way would he have tried to mandate the vax. It just really would not have. It would not have happened under a Trump presidency. And you know, it's a shame that he was criminally pushed out of his position to do something about it before the Biden criminal regime came out and put out mandates, and all these governors that put out these unconstitutional mandates. So I'm really hoping that Lee Zeldin wins New York, because New York is where we were hit hardest by the mandates, and Kathy Hochul wanted to keep that going. You'll definitely see city workers getting their jobs back if Zeldin is elected. You'll see less crime. You'll see this horrible crisis of migrants, you know, flooding the city decline. You know, even you know, it's just absolutely crazy. It's so if we can you know, get a pushback from the military, you know, on our elections, and you know, if there's stuff going on, you know, we got to report on it, because I do not want to see the Democrats steal this one. I don't. And Kari Lake right now is going around Maricopa County polling stations encouraging everyone to stay in line. Let's go take a look at what Kari Lake is up to. I'm going to
If hey, this isn't working, if these are this is a big issue. What is against law? Photos and
this is not what I wanted to show you guys, but let me show this.
If hey, this isn't working, if these machines are working, this is a big issue. What is against law?
Photos and videos.
No, I can have a video if this is not working. This is not okay. Did it work?
Yes.
Okay. That's awful. Like, this is wrong.
Hi everybody, we are here in line. People are waiting to vote. This is going to be a big day. We know there have been some long lines and some issues this morning, but we encourage you to go out and vote. Don't let anything deter you. Get in line, wear comfortable shoes, and stay in line and make your voice be heard. Cast your ballot today.
Here with Kari Lake, we need to get the whole golden ticket elected. Maria Sims for the House, Matt Gress for the House, and Nancy Bartow for the State Senate, and LD for thank you for staying, coming out to vote and staying in line and voting today.
We can make a big difference. We can have a red wave. We're seeing a red wave already in the turnouts. We just got to make sure nothing deters us from casting our ballot. We've got Blake Masters here as well.
Anything to add, Blake? I'm just grateful for everyone coming out to vote today, staying in line. I know some of the machines haven't been working. Right when Kari Lake's governor, she's going to fix that, believe you me. But it's a great day. This is the day we take our state back and our country back.
Your vote matters. Let's
Yes,
go,
it does.
Arizona.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Arizona. We'll see you tonight.
with the Republicans, so will the red wave everyone has been talking about take place? Let's ask our panel. Here with us, former RNC political director who's joining us from the Bulldog campaign war room in New Hampshire, Rick Wiley, and former executive director of the Nevada Republican Party and Trump political director Chris Carr. Gentlemen, good to see you both.
Good to see you, Sean.
Lindsay, good to see you.
All right. Hey, Chris, let me start with you. What do we need to know about Nevada tonight?
Well, I can tell you, based on the numbers that we've been seeing since early this morning, we're very fortunate in Nevada. The counties, the election departments at the majority, the big counties such as Clark and Washoe, Carson City, they will provide routine numbers on turnout. And it's just based on, Republican, Democrat, nonpartisan turnout. And what we've seen so far is that Republicans are outpacing Democrats in Clark County. The last I saw was about 30 minutes ago by about 18,000 votes. And in Washoe, Republicans are outpacing Democrats by about 5,000 votes. And again, that doesn't take into account all the rural counties, which are all red counties. And to put all this in perspective, President Donald J. Trump lost Clark County in 2020 by about 14,000, and then lost the state. And so, the fact that we're doing so well this early in the day is just remarkable, and it's a good sign for Republicans.
Right. Hey, Rick Wiley, you're joining us from the Bulldog headquarters there in New Hampshire. We had former Governor John Sununu, the current governor's father, on the show a couple days ago. He told us that if his son, Chris, wins by 13, 14, 15 points, there's no question that your guy, Don Bolduc, and the two Senate congressional candidates in the 1st and the 2nd district will win. What do you see his margin of victory being tonight?
Well, I think the governor's right about his son, the governor, and I expect him to 13 might be a little shy. I think the governor's going to win by a little bit more than that. And, as important, and the governor winning in double digits, large double digits, helps the entire ticket here. General Bolduc has a 2-point lead, or had a 2-point lead in the last St. Anselm's poll. The thing that was encouraging about that poll was the CD2, which is not realistically the targeted congressional race. It's on the western part of the state, but Bob Burns was at 45% over there. And if historically, if the Republican can hold their own and break even, maybe win CD1 by a couple points, and really you got to fight almost to a draw in CD1 or CD2 to win statewide. And the fact that the Republican candidate over there who spent little money was at 45% in the polls a couple days ago is a good sign for everyone in New Hampshire.
Chris Carr, in Nevada, you got everything on the ballot there. You got a governor's race, you've got a Senate race, and you've got 4 congressional races right now. John Ralston, the longtime political prognosticator out there, feels good about Joe Lombardo, the Republican, winning and defeating the incumbent, becoming the next governor. He's not so bullish on Adam Laxalt or the congressional candidates. Tell me what you think.
So I agree. I think Joe Lombardo is in a very good position right now. Our polling that we've seen with the Lombardo campaign has had him surging over the last couple of weeks. But we've also tested Adam Laxalt, and we've seen the same thing with Adam. He's done a very good job in closing this campaign, and I think probably over the last month he's been ahead, albeit it's been by a point or two. But if it's by a point or two and we have a red wave and we're having these turnout numbers that I'm talking about, it should be a good night but at the top of the ticket for Adam Laxalt for Senate and for Joe Lombardo. And as far as the congressionals, we're going to win 2 of the 4 for sure. One is the incumbent Mark Amadei in Northern Nevada, that's CD2. And then Democrat Susie Lee in Clark County, which is Las Vegas. She's been challenged by a very good candidate, April Becker, who's who's raised a lot of money, great campaign, great grassroots campaign. April Becker is going to be, she's going to be a new congresswoman from Nevada. Okay. And then we have two other seats that are Democrat in registration. But I've talked to a well-known pollster, as of 2 days ago, who said that he had Mark Robertson up against Dina Titus by 2 points. I mean, I almost fell out of my chair when he told me. And this is a really good pollster who told me that. So with all these numbers that we're seeing, the big question here in Nevada is what happens with these mail ballots. Right. Because they can be postmarked by today, but they're going to be coming in until Friday.
Right. Hey, Rick, unfortunately you're...
Okay, so I guess my microphone was off, and you probably didn't hear too much going on there. So I'll just be I'll be completely honest. I don't do live streams really much, if ever, and so I'm doing a lot of these things on the fly and bringing you the reports and the information as it comes. And while I don't know a whole lot about the policies of these candidates, when something fraud or irregularity related comes up, I'm quick to give you the updates on that. So I want to make it clear that this is not going to be a live coverage of me going into detail about all these different candidates, because I really don't know everything about these candidates. So I want to just make that clear, and I'll be bringing you updates as they come along. I'll probably go take a look at some of the mainstream media coverage, because there's probably going to be stuff in there that we can make fun of, and it'll probably be more something like that, not just me talking about candidates, because I can't really talk much about things I don't know a whole lot about.
Your good buddy, our good buddy, Chris Carr has taken up a ton of the time. I got 20 seconds for you. How does your guy, Don Bolduc, fare tonight? Give me a number.
He's going to win 51% of the vote.
Okay. And how about the two congressional races? Where do they end up?
Say that part again. I missed
give me a number for CD1, where Caroline Leavitt's running, and 2, where Bob Burns is running.
I think Bob Burns is going to come down the wire. Caroline's going to win. I think she's going to win by 4. I saw Chris Pappas yesterday. He didn't look like a happy man, let me tell you.
I don't think so either. Chris, Rick, good to see you both. Have a good night tonight.
Good to see you guys.
You too, buddy.
All right. Coming up next, as polls close around the nation, hopes of a red wave continue to grow. We've got a panel discussion after the break you're not going to want to miss. Don't go anywhere.
Country, and basically for our very freedom. We also have 4 roving attorneys who are all over the state who are taking care of these problems, addressing them as they happen, because what we learned in 2020 is if you wait until after the election, many judges will say it's just too late.
Right.
We don't want it to be late. We want every legal vote counted.
Absolutely. Mike Whatley, I've been saying that North Carolina, to me, is my bellwether. You guys, your polls close at 7:30. You got Ted Budd, the congressman, running for the Senate against Sherry Beasley. My view is how that race goes determines how the night goes. You tell me, how do you think that's going to go, and when will we know how North Carolina goes?
I think you're going to enjoy the night, Sean. We're going to have a great night here. We're going to be relatively drama-free here in North Carolina. I'm thinking Ted Budd +4, +5. I think we're going to have a relatively early call. He has run a completely flawless campaign. Sherry Beasley never once was able to land a glove on him. And he is listening to the voters of North Carolina. And we're going to see, I think we're going to have an early night here in North Carolina.
All right, Lawrence, in Pennsylvania, you had both of your Senate candidates, John Fetterman and Dr. Mehmet Oz, trying to really court those suburban voters. They are both in Bucks County over the weekend. Are those suburban voters energized? What are you seeing?
Our voters are extremely energized. We've had very high turnout today all throughout the state, especially in strong Republican areas. I feel very confident, and I credit the message of our candidates in getting it out there to the voters. We're going to be part of the red wave tonight. Like my friend Michael in North Carolina, it's been a relatively quiet day. We call our room the Everybody Votes room, not the war room. And we are confident that we're going to get some new congressmen, and we're going to keep our legislature, and we're going to win our statewide offices handily. So we're looking for a very good night here, too. Red wave tonight for Pennsylvania.
All right, well, there's one place that's definitely not going to be quiet. That is Georgia. We've been talking a lot about it, David. There's a lot of focus, Lindsay and I have been talking about whether it's going to a runoff or not going to a runoff. Here's the question I want to focus on a little bit more. When will we know? Give me an idea in terms of timelines tonight. What should we be looking for and when, in terms of how much will be coming in by what point in the night?
Well, we'll begin to get a picture shortly after 7 o'clock, but I feel very good about Herschel's chances. He has gotten into a groove. It appears to be the momentum has shifted to him dramatically since his debate against Raphael Warnock, and I really feel that he is closing strongly and that there'll be something for us to celebrate tonight.
All right, I only have a minute left, but I do want to go around the horn and give me one county that you are keeping close eye on that you have to win. Kelly, I'll start with you. One county.
Maricopa County, the home of incompetence, but we're watching them and we're going to win it.
All right, Michael?
New Hanover County, which is down in Wilmington on the coast, and that is our ultimate bellwether.
Lawrence?
A big win in Lancaster County.
All right, David, final word.
We don't
but I
need
do want
to
to go
win
around
it,
the horn
but
and give me
all
one
eyes are on
county that you are
Fulton County, which is a historically dumpster fire of ineptitude.
All right.
I wrote them all down.
Sean has them down.
We got them down.
We've them locked in. Michael Lawrence, David Kelly, thank you so much for taking time with us tonight on such an important night. Good luck in these final hours.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, our special election coverage continues right after the break. Don't go away.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity.
Okay, so this is really just going to become more of a watch party than really my own coverage. So let's go ahead and take a look at ABC's coverage.
Secure. Election officials across the country have been working with groups like the Brennan Center and other government and non-government organizations to protect the infrastructure from physical damage and cyber attacks.
Must be protected.
Law enforcement has worked closely
It will be protected. Don't worry.
Election officials to make sure that election officials and poll workers and the voting public are safe. And federal officials have been working closely with state and locals toward that same goal.
Most safe and secure
while there are
election
serious
in
threats
history.
out there, I think it's important for the public to know that the voting process is safe.
And while you say the voting
Yep.
process is safe,
Don't
Wendy,
worry, it's safe.
what do you have to
Don't
say
worry.
about voters? Should they have any reason to believe that this election is not secure?
State, local, and country have been prepared. There have been no incidents, and they are prepared to address them and tamp them down if anything happens.
We're prepared.
Let's
get this narrative straight.
Actually, historic levels of turnout
be
across
nothing
the
wrong.
country. As of this morning, 45 million people had already voted, and we've been tracking turnout in real time, and we are on par of perhaps even surpassing the historic turnout levels of the 2018 elections. And voters have been doing so safely and with confidence.
Yeah, let's just completely ignore what happened in Maricopa.
And so we should be confident that the election is going to be secure. And for
Promise.
those who still
Promises.
haven't voted and your polls are still
Promises.
open, please do go vote. You should feel confident that you can vote safely.
And
be
so
confident,
while
be
some
confident.
polls are actually closing, Wendy, do you have any top concerns right now, again, as they start to close?
Well, I am less concerned with the security of the voting process and the integrity of the process. We do have multiple safeguards in place, layer upon layer of checks and balances to ensure that the vote count and the voting process is fair and that any kind of misconduct or fraud will be rooted out. But I am concerned that after the polls close, that there will be some, and people maybe who are trailing in the polls, and people who've been peddling misinformation about the election, who are going to try to drum up disinformation about
See, it's like
the
they're
integrity
already
of the vote
preparing. They're
and try to
preparing
shake
for
voters'
the
confidence in the
possibility
election
of
process
the
and try
right
to
calling out
justify
the fraud.
efforts to toss out legitimate votes, or worse, to
It's just so
fully
obvious what they're doing
subvert
now.
the election outcome. So my concern is more with the post-election misinformation and mobilization to try to unjustifiably cast doubt on the system and so chaos.
Unjustifiably.
And John,
okay,
voter-
wait a sec. Didn't Hillary Clinton just come out the other day and say that the right is going to try to steal the 2024 election? Oh yeah, what about also Karine Jean-Pierre saying that the Georgia elections were stolen from Stacey Abrams? So it's only a stolen election when the Democrats lose. You know, that's. But you know, to call, you know, when someone gets the most votes ever for a presidential candidate in history, like we saw in 2020, it was just unspeakable. It was blasphemy for you to say anything negative about our elections. That's to even fathom that our elections may not be legitimate. So that's what we were told. and now, you know, they're still doubling down on, you know, that elections are safe. That's the narrative they want us to believe.
Intimidation tactics and threats appear to be much more intense this cycle. Why is that?
Well, we have seen conspiracy theories and other content spread by foreign intelligence services, by
So what about the footage of the poll workers, you know, admitting the
domestic extremists,
with the machines?
by foreign terrorist groups, and even public figures in this country who have said not only that the voting process is corrupt and that the government can't be trusted, but they've also called on people to take action into their own hands, to begin surveilling ballot drop boxes, to go into polling sites and monitor the vote, so to make sure that the election can't be stolen. And what really concerns law enforcement is that in some cases, these calls for action include calls for violence. And we've already seen some examples where not only threats have been directed at election officials or people working within the election infrastructure, but we've also seen confrontations erupt between self-deployed so-called monitors and members of the voting public, where these monitors will walk up and begin questioning the voters. So law enforcement's aware of that. They are prepared. And people should know that if they are entering a polling spot and they begin to be questioned by someone, to notify the officials in the polling spot or a local law enforcement.
And Wendy, the Brennan Center for Justice website.
Yeah, and would law enforcement actually do something if they saw a crime being committed? No, this is all just lip service.
For an upgrade like that?
Well, some of the problems that we just heard about, the threats, the unprecedented threats, not only against
So like the polls have closed and they're not even like talking about the count right now. I mean, it's still early, I get it, but they're still like obsessing over the conspiracy theorists instead of just talking about the candidates, talking about the issues.
That's going to be really problematic going into the 2024 election.
All right. Fuck ABC. Let's take a look at Fox. Let's just take a look to get some, you know, at least some sanity here. Okay, so this hasn't even really started yet. Probably because a lot of coverage is going to start a little bit later. Let's see. Oh, here is Daily Wires.
The final polling from Trafalgar has Kari Lake up 51 to 47. One of the big turning points of this election was that refusal to debate from Katie Hobbs. Since then, we've seen polls continue to go in Lake's favor. And a lot of Republicans who are wanting control of the Senate are very grateful for Kari Lake because she is more popular in the state than the Republican Blake Masters running for Senate. Masters has run, in many ways, you know, a smart campaign. He sees Kit gaining ground. But there's a certain coattail effect that Republicans are hoping happens there. Then to Michigan, the final polling from our partners at Trafalgar has Tudor Dixon with a 1-point lead, but still within the margin of error. She's up 49-48 over Gretchen Whitmer. Another place where crime has been a huge issue, and obviously the economy. And finally in Oregon, this is a race that a lot of people aren't really talking about as a governor's race, but we could have a Republican governor in Oregon by the end of tonight. And that's because there are 3 candidates on the ballot. Betsy Johnson, the independent. Earlier in the campaign, she was polling around 20 to 25%. The latest polling from Data for Progress, that is a Democrat-leading poll, has Betsy Johnson only at 7%, meaning that Tina Kotek, the Democrat nominee, has been able to get up to 48%, but the Republican, Christine Drazan, is at 44%. Keep in mind, again, if Betsy Johnson, the independent, who has a long history in the state as a Democrat elected official, if she's able to get 10 to 15% of the vote, there's a very good chance that Republicans could win that race, only getting around 45% of the vote. But keep an eye on Oregon, another state, very much like Washington, like California, where crime and homelessness have really decimated Democrat odds and hurt them in so many ways. And one little nugget to add on Oregon, Phil Knight, the co-founder of Nike, has poured in over $3 million to to the Republican candidate. That's right, the co-founder of Nike has given $3 million to Christine Drazen. He does not want any more Democrat leadership. He's had Kate Brown, the governor there of Oregon, for the last few years. He's very openly feuded with her. He wants a Republican there. So we could have Oregon turn red when it comes to the governor's office.
I think it's been decades, right, since
It's
they've
been
had
40 years, the longest drought in the entire country. You're absolutely right on that. So we're going to get now to one more clip from voters on the street. We're going to get to hear from them on the issue of crime. We talked about the impact that's had on a lot of these races. Let's say we hear from voters on that.
Yeah, let's hear from them.
We're scared every day. I'm very fortunate enough that I live in a pretty rural environment that we don't necessarily have as big of a crime factor. But yeah, in the larger municipalities, it's a shame that we have to deal with that right now.
They're investing in our police. It was defund the police, and now all of a sudden they realized that didn't work. So now they want more money back, which they should never have taken away to begin with.
Crime in the U.S. as a whole has to be controlled and stopped. Support of our police stations, support of our police men and women that protect us.
I mean, we're lucky, but when we go to something like Nashville, when we have our pilot telling us, be careful out there on the streets. I mean, I've never, ever had anybody ever tell me that in all my days of travel. And it made us a little nervous, honestly. And I felt a little more nervous about it last night, to be honest with you, out here on the street. I've never felt that way. I am not as prone on gun control, I guess, to a degree. You know, the semi-automatic firearms, yeah, there probably needs to be some regulations on that. But again, we don't want to give an inch and have them take them on. I am a very proud gun owner.
So, it's pretty obvious, a lot of moderate Democrats right now, they see the crime that's going on. They don't want it to continue. And, a lot of elites, a lot of just rich people living in these areas, they're celebrities are now donating to Republicans and endorsing Republicans. Elon Musk endorsed several GOP candidates because these elites that have been Democrat for so long now have completely shifted gears. So that's really going to make a huge difference because the voters are listening to that. The moderate left is starting to wake up just a little bit, and I think we're gonna see some results from that. I think it's gonna be great.
You have people that think that they're above the police, women and men. You get chaos. People are going in, looting businesses. They're taken away from us as a whole. I'm a business owner. I can't have that kind of stuff going on.
Our deputies department, they work overtime. We feel very safe there, but it just seems to be getting worse all the time.
All right, so yes, it is getting worse all the time, but today things can really change. So let's head back over to the results. We are seeing so far not really anything being counted. House results, let's go take a look. Alright, so far we're not really seeing any results just yet. All right, folks.
I think this is the greatest indicator. I think that
Okay, so we got some other news. This was actually an MSNBC report. A contributor claims that voter suppression is worse in Georgia today than in 2018 and claims elections cannot be fair and equitable. Let's take a look at this clip that came up from Telegram.
I think this is the greatest indicator that we have.
I'm about to bring this up. 1 second.
I think this is the greatest indicator that we have to always talk about voter suppression. One key thing, it's almost 5 o'clock, right? In the state of Georgia, thanks to Brian Kemp and Raffensperger, they changed the state law so that you cannot get a provisional ballot in Georgia before 5 o'clock. So if you waited in line for 2.5 hours, got there, and they said, oh, there's some sort of mistake, you can't get a provisional ballot here. The level of voter suppression is beyond anything that we saw in 2018. So I think it's completely up in the air. There has been youth turnout at levels we haven't expected. Democrats feel confident. Republicans I've spoken to feel confident. But we can't say that whatever happens tonight is a fair and equitable election because there have been too many laws passed by election deniers to keep people from being able to express themselves.
So did you hear that? So you have ABC on the one hand saying, oh, there's going to be, conspiracy theorists talking about our elections being stolen. But here's MSNBC already hinting at that, already someone predicting that. So, they'll probably try to find some way to take this off, make sure that it's never aired again. MSNBC will do what they do, but the cat's out of the bag. Here they are on the record saying that this election is not going to be legitimate. So let's fair and equitable, as they say. They're putting it in their terminology. We also have a report that businesses are boarding up ahead of election night. So this is a tweet.
And back to the office, I noticed that several businesses were boarding up their windows. Now, why would they be doing that?
On election night.
Huh?
So are they anticipating riots already?
Look at that.
Let's see what's going on.
That Rite Aid down there? Closed. Payless closed. Nobody's scared to be down here. Pretty soon, I bet you Chase Bank over there is going to board up their windows, because you know how some of these people in Portland get.
I would be very scared to be in Portland.
They don't get what they want. That's how it is. Come back to the office.
Okay. Okay, here's CNN's latest Orwellian take on what they want us to make sure they're doing, because CNN is getting, the most fair coverage of the elections.
Keeping an eye on that one. But you see, that's our first vote, and that's the wonder of democracy, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. And I wanted to point that out to be a little bit of the crank in the room following Brianna there. Stay off social media, people. If you're trying to figure out, are there really issues?
Stay off social media. Don't look at any of the alternative news. They would never tell you the truth. Trust us here on CNN, the most trusted name in news.
With voting. Trust your local officials. Trust us here. Trust a news source that you know and trust to be honest about this.
That you know and trust to be honest about this. We're the only ones that you can trust.
Doing their jobs and doing it right. So what was Brianna just talking about? She was talking about Cobb County, Georgia. That is right up here, just outside of Atlanta. It matters, right? It's 7%.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that one.
That's good. But you see, that's our first vote, and that's the wonder of democracy, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. And I want...
Gosh. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, this is a masked man cheating in front of the cameras on the mainstream media. Evidence right here. Somebody fixing the elections right now. Of course, it's somebody with a mask on. You know that that's probably not someone who's going to be helping us.
Look around. What the hell is he doing? Right on Fox. Look at this. Where's he marking?
44 million Americans have already cast.
What is he marking? I would like to know. Alright. Let's keep going, let's keep going. What else is going on? Yes. 15 minutes. And, you know, whatever fraud happens tonight, I don't think anything can be just as bad as what Alex Jones went through. I mean, having to pay almost $1 billion just because you hurt somebody's feelings. I don't think anything tops that. This is just awesome. I just love this. Okay, reports coming in that Marjorie Taylor Greene has won re-election to the U.S. House in Georgia's 14th congressional district. Let's go take a look at the news on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's see what's going on. What's I think this must have just come in. So give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and find the clip. There's got to be something on this right now. Let's go take a look. And we also have some news coming in that Rand Paul has won re-election. Not too surprising there, I have to admit. Let's get Marjorie Taylor Greene in there. Newsmax. Let's go over to Newsmax.
Just visit Free Trump Bundle.
And while you talk to any play, there's something else.
Getting it out there to the vote.
Add Democratic policies that have turned Hispanics away from.
I have to go back over now. I have no idea what is happening with this website, Free Spoke. This is horrible. Okay, well, we do know that Tim Scott has won re-election in South Carolina. Democrat Peter Welsh has won the Vermont Senate race. Let's go take a look. I don't know. I gotta see a better map than this. Let's just, I don't know. Let's just go to Google. There's gotta be some more. Okay, here we go. So Tim Scott, 1%. So the Associated Press has called the race for Tim Scott, who has won over Crystal Matthews. Thank God, that woman was terrible. And you should actually see the Project Veritas undercover video that they did on that. I'm going to play that in a little bit, just because I really just want to see. I'm happy to see her shamed. So that's the Associated Press. Now over here in Georgia, let's see if I can get the, I don't want just South Carolina, I want everything. Show all states. Here we go. Okay. In Florida, Marco Rubio is leading 52% with over 2 million votes. And we have Raphael Warnock leading over Herschel Walker right now. So Georgia is very crucial in determining the balance of power in Washington. It's always been a contentious purple state. And I don't really think Warnock is legitimately going to win that. So that race is already looking kind of fishy. Let's go over to the congressional race. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has won, but the election has not been called, according to Google. So there's definitely some stuff outdated here, and I think Google is definitely going to try to stifle the results. They don't want to be as clear about the results. Let's go take a look at NBC News. I don't know if they have called it yet, but Tim Scott has been the projected winner in South Carolina. So it seems to be getting my and surprisingly, there is wow, Joe Cunningham, Democrat for governor, has a 51.8% lead. So that's already troubling. I'm not sure why we're not seeing Henry McMaster taking lead, but it's still early. They're already saying the Georgia governor race is too early to call, as NBC is predicting. And of course they want to cover up and say that the voting machine glitch in Maricopa County fuels false statements. Technicians were dispatched to polling sites across Arizona's largest county to fix dozens of malfunctioning vote tabulation machines, a widespread issue that frustrated voters and led some GOP politicians and pundits to spread misleading or false information. While Maricopa County election officials initially categorized the problem as a hiccup, it took hours before a solution was identified early Tuesday afternoon. The fallout over the course of the day forced officials to scramble on messaging and push back on claims that sought to question the integrity of the election. Okay, well, the integrity of the election is already compromised, so this is not... these are not claims. This is not. We're not looking to question anything. The evidence is right there in front of your face. Wow. So right now with Zeldin neck and neck. Let's see what's going on in New York, as that is definitely something I'm quite curious about right now. Nothing really coming out of New York yet. 0% of the expected votes are in. Let's see now. Let's see if there's any. Okay, Ohio. Senator Rand Paul has won. Let's see how the results came in for that. South Carolina is still too early to call. Okay, it seems that McMaster has picked up on a lead. Come on, like, really, Jack Posobiec, you're gonna fucking screw me over on this goddamn website. I mean, look, I'm not even seeing anything for Georgia. Okay, Florida. I don't think we have to worry about Ron DeSantis getting ahead at all. Let's take a look at. Alright, yeah, this is not my favorite site. But then again, like, I can't really, completely trust the mainstream media, so might be good to stick with some alternative stuff for now. I'm gonna go try to see if I can find a better site. Let's go see. So right now there are about 31 Senate seats left in play. We're looking at now at Fox News's coverage. Okay, now this gives me a much better layout of what we're seeing here. So you have Warnock that is in the lead right now. That's a little bit scary. Obviously Pennsylvania is too early to call. Arizona, Nevada, all these swing states are, these are all the stuff that they're going to leave for the very end. They really want to make sure they get Fetterman in there because, bringing a clown into Senate, brings disgrace to the country. And I think, we've already seen them do that with the Biden administration. Someone who's totally senile is running the country. And it helps them to have, these mentally incapable people because I think it just helps destroy the country faster. So that's what they want to do with Fetterman. It looks like the race has been called for Tim Scott. And Ohio was won by in the governor's race. Ohio, DeWine seems to be the projected winner. In New Hampshire, we still have a blue lead. I really do want to see New Hampshire be flipped. That would be really nice, of course. So the polls in New York close at 9, so we definitely have some time before New York, Pennsylvania, but most of the polls on the East Coast have closed. All right. Okay, and it appears that Peter Welch has won Vermont. Really not a huge surprise there. Alright, next polls are closing in 21 minutes, so I think we're going to check back then. We're going to take a little break and then check back, because some of the most important elections really have not been in yet, so let's wait until some of the votes for these more important states come in. While we're waiting for some more key states to be called, especially the swing states, I wanted to show a video of what happened to Crystal Matthews with the Project Veritas investigation. Tim Scott winning is, I mean, South Carolina, I had high hopes for being now a South Carolinian. It's, I wanted to pay attention to what's going on here a little bit more. And this is a person that, couldn't hide her hatred for white people. So here's something that I thought was just worth taking a look at. So this video of Crystal Matthews from Project Veritas, let me pull that up right now. And there were people calling for her to quit the race, and of course she did not do that. This was Project Veritas action. This is a pretty old. Here we go. Okay, this is Crystal Matthews. So, sorry to see you go, Crystal, but, you know, this didn't help your cause.
I'm not a stranger to white people. My district is heavily Republican, and it's heavily white. Wow. I'm not a stranger to white people. I'm from a mostly white town. Yeah. And let me tell you one thing. You gotta know who you're dealing with. Like, you gotta treat them like shit. Like, I mean, that's the only way to respect you. Like, I keep them right here, like, under my thumb. Like, that's where I keep them. Like, you have to. Like, otherwise, they get out of control like kids. Trust me. So, you know, like, for me, all these other people are tiptoeing around them, and I'm like, no, that's some white shit. I ain't doing that. They'd be like, well, I'm just going to say that's some white shit. And that was my problem with Bernie, because he was talking to an all-black crowd, and he was afraid to say black shit. I said, if I'm talking to an all-black crowd, I'm going to say black shit. Now, if you don't like it, you get your white ass up and leave.
As far as getting people to infiltrate on the other side and everything, because the only way to get to be the army is from the inside out.
We need somebody who understands street games that we can clean up and put in a suit. That knows, like, again, we all working toward the same goal, and we all know what the play is. Right. It's almost like a secret society, exclusive membership. Right. We need that watch. Where's the gangsters? Where's the street at? Like, where they at? And I'm telling you, them was smooth as fuck. You can't out swindle them. They might not know all the college words, but you can't hustle them. Right. You can't with their money. Like, they see the game a mile away. Where them at? We need to put some of them in a suit and tie.
We got this one young brother that used to be on the front line with me when I was out there right then. He's organized. He a blood, but he very political. You know what I'm saying? So I read Jay Tyson his name, so we're gonna reach out to him and see if y'all can have a face to face about what we
need him to, and I'm gonna have to test him. He gotta be able to walk and talk the talk. He gotta be able to down his own people. He gotta be able to explain why he used to be that way. I used to be with that shit, but I'm not with it now because X, Y, and Z. He gonna have to be able to articulate that shit. He can't convince me. He can't convince them.
that. A little chaotic here. But Rick, if you can hear me now.
I can hear you.
Okay, Rick can hear me. Let's talk a little bit about John Fetterman. You're from Pennsylvania. You're the senator from Pennsylvania. It's interesting that he's doing as well as he is in the polls. He's obviously got this attorney. They're trying to pull over a fast one and allow these outdated ballots to be counted. What are your thoughts on this?
This is one that should be a no-brainer. The fact is that the law is very clear that you have to date a ballot, and for it to be accepted. 2 years ago, during the Trump race, the Supreme Court said that yes, they agreed that it had to be dated, except not this year. And that's what the opinion was. Yes, they need to be dated, but we're going to ignore it because of COVID. But there was another suit filed to have them before the election, not to have them counted. And the Supreme Court in this case said, no, we're going to stay by the law this year. Last year was an exception. However, they said we're going to set the ballots aside. And that's where we're going to be right now, is they're going to be set aside. And if this is a very close race, Fetterman is already in court saying we want to count them.
Is Fetterman, I mean, it's pretty incredible, the situation we see there. Do you think he pulls this off tonight? Are Pennsylvania voters really so determined to pick somebody that they ostensibly think is one of them, that they're going to put Fetterman in the Senate?
All I can say is that Dr. Oz has been plagued from the very beginning of this campaign with incredibly low approval ratings. He still is not at 40% approval. I mean, it's hard. The reason there's people saying that Fetterman can win this is because Fetterman's approval rating is around 50%. It's not, or high 40s. It's sort of
sad.
a
It's
place for a candidate to
I mean,
be
when you
here.
don't have a strong campaign, it's a little scary. I'm a little scared for Pennsylvania right now.
This time of election, both are sort of below 50, but Oz has never been above 40. And so that's why, even in spite of all the problems that Fetterman has, Oz seems to have more.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Rick Santorum, the former senator from Pennsylvania. Good to see you, sir. Thank you. All right, time now for a quick midterm special news from the left. The night before the midterms, Jimmy Kimmel dragging his wife onto the stage to lecture Americans about why women need access to third trimester elective abortions. Take a listen.
Abortion rights are gone or in danger in 26 states, even though the overwhelming majority of this country supports a woman's right to choose. And I'm sorry, you expect this to be funny, because it is not going to be funny. They don't have the resources to raise another child. They don't have the money to drive to another state to get health care. The only person who should be making a life-altering and potentially life-saving decision for a woman and her body is the woman herself.
Looks like a great show, right? Jimmy Kimmel even started the show by warning the audience that the show wasn't going to be funny. I don't think they were really surprised. Nobody's really used to Jimmy Kimmel's show being funny at all. Also, Rolling Stone was once a music magazine back in the day, and now it's just a left-wing political rag, as you know. Look at these ridiculous headlines on the day of the midterms from Rolling Stone magazine. Trump has wondered how he might be able to jail reporters if he retakes the White House. A knowledgeable source tells Rolling Stone. Sounds super incredible, right? Rolling Stone horrified that reporters won't be able to continue selling out their country by shamelessly supporting only one of two political parties in this country. A second headline from Rolling Stone, shocking absolute nobody. Elon Musk instructed his sycophants to vote Republican in the midterms. Just some of the things that you can find if you read Rolling Stone. Are we going to any more, guys? Or are we out of news from the left stories? We might be out of news from the left stories. You know what? We're going to turn things over here in just a moment. All right, let's take a listen to Howard.
This kind of feels like me right now, trying to figure out what news I'm going to bring you guys. Look, even Newsmax can't get it together.
Some of these candidates that people are actually Herschel Walker. Holy, they're saying he's going to win in Georgia. Are you dummies? There's going to be,
Fuck Howard Stern.
Civil War. Well, I think there is going to
Piece of shit.
To the you elect that guy. You got to be out of your skull.
You sold yourself out a long time ago.
You can hear from a lot of the mainstream.
Howard, you had the people when you were your cool, rebellious self. You didn't give a shit what they tried to tell you to do. You faced censorship. You faced getting canceled, And now you're becoming exactly the thing that you sought to fight against.
Press, as the thought of maybe Republicans getting back into power pops up as a possibility. So there you have it. All right, I'm Rob Schmidt. This has been Rob Schmidt Tonight. We're going to hand it over now to John Bachman and Greta Van Susteren with a look at what's coming up in tonight's special election coverage. Hey, you two.
Hey, Rob. Great to see you. And it's going to be a big night as a nation. Could determine the balance of power in Congress, Greta. That could all change tonight with this vote.
Indeed, and taking a look at the big seats up for grabs, we could be seeing a red wave sweeping the nation. It is especially important as the country is gripped with crippling inflation, rampant crime, and a porous border.
And not to mention the opioid epidemic, dismal foreign policy, and so much more. Tonight could very well be a referendum on the Biden administration by the American people, and it all starts now.
Is brought to you by American Hartford Gold, America's leading precious metals dealer.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our live special coverage of the midterm elections. Vote for America 2022. I'm Greta Van Susteren.
And I'm John Bachman. We are bringing you the best coverage and analysis you will not find anywhere else tonight from our
So far, you are bringing the best coverage, I have to admit.
Live at former President Donald Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago. We've got John Huddy live with the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania.
So we do see
is on the ground at Kerry Lake's election headquarters.
Stacey Abrams has so far.
That'd be funny.
Did I just?
Time now for it.
We will be very shortly, and of course, we have to get to the polls. They have just closed in 3 states: Florida, Pennsylvania, two key
Florida,
states
Pennsylvania
also
is now closed.
In Alabama, Illinois, New Jersey, and a slew of other states. Now, here are some of the key races we're keeping our eyes on. Of course, the Senate race.
All right, let's go quickly take a look. Free Spoke. Are you giving me some results? All right. So polls have just closed in Pennsylvania. We're not seeing results come out of there just yet. Cherry Beasley has won. It appears that there's still votes being counted, but she has a lead over Ted Budd. So that's a little bit of a problem. North Carolina is just so fucked up. I mean, I'm much happier to live in the South than there, but geez, there's such a weird state because you got Northerners and Southerners, so it's such a mix of like liberal and conservatives. Really is a purple state. Okay. Okay, and we see Stacey Abrams has a lead over Kemp. This is not looking very good for Georgia right now. There's definitely got to be some fraud happening there. No fucking way is Kemp losing that one. Don't know quite yet. Fuck, and we have Beto O'Rourke leading over Abbott. We cannot lose Texas. We cannot lose Texas to Beto O'Rourke. I will never visit Texas again if that happens. That is just so sad. Okay.
Pennsylvania, between the Republican Dr. Oz there and Democrat John Fetterman, the current lieutenant governor. The Pennsylvania governor's race between State Senator Doug Mastriano and Democrat Attorney General Josh Shapiro is another one we're watching closely.
Pennsylvania is really fucked up.
We are following there, and we are also following the Senate race in Florida. Marco Rubio against Democrat Val Demings, and some very promising returns for Republicans in Florida early on. And of course, everyone is watching the Florida's governor's race. The very popular Ron DeSantis is proving to be very popular indeed tonight. The incumbent, of course, running against Democrat and former Republican Charlie Crist.
And we do have some races to call. Rand Paul will retain his Senate seat in the state of Kentucky. Incumbent Republican Tim Scott will retain his seat in South Carolina. And in Vermont, Democrat Peter Welch will be the new senator there. He spent 16 years as Vermont's lone member of the House. Meanwhile, Republicans overall are hoping for a big night in both chambers of Congress. Here is the balance of power right now. In the Senate, Democrats have the narrowest of majorities. Vice President Kamala Harris is currently the tie-breaking vote. Here's how things look in the House right now. Democrats hold an 8-seat majority with 3 current vacancies. There is no doubt this will be an interesting night. Let's bring in Sean Spicer and Dick Morris. Sean, what are you looking for tonight?
I think early on the polls are going to close at 7:30 in North Carolina. That to me is this big bellwether. It's a state that you don't have a top of the ticket running no gubernatorial there. If Ted Budd, who is the Republican congressman running against Sherry Beasley, if he actually wins by 3, 4, 5, 6 points, I think that's going to be a big night for Republicans. Obviously, then we've got Virginia, the 2nd district down south, the 7th up in Northern Virginia, and the 10th, the northwest corner. In that order, I think how Republicans do is going to tell a lot about how the night goes.
All right, Senator Santorum, Pennsylvania, we all turn to you because you know Pennsylvania. Where does it stand?
Well, they just closed a minute ago, except in Luzerne County, which is staying open until 10 o'clock. Again, we don't have any returns there, but I agree with Sean. I think we're seeing 2 results here tonight early that present a bunch of hope for Republicans. One is Florida, which DeSantis and Rubio are just creaming the other side, and by double digits in a state that was, remember, Ron DeSantis won that race by just a handful of votes, 10, 20,000 votes. And now he's going to win by maybe 1 million votes. The interesting race, and one that we're going to be talking about here soon, is North Carolina, because I think Sean is right. That's a key state. But Ted Budd is actually trailing in that race, and actually trailing badly, which is sort of a big shock with 45% of the vote in at this point. So that's one that you look at all the rest of the results so far, and they look like Republicans are in good shape. In the Virginia congressional races Sean mentioned, those races are trending Republican and look good. But North Carolina is sticking out like a sore thumb right now. It's a very interesting race.
I think it's going to be important to keep in mind where things come in. You're going to see those urban areas in every state come in a lot quicker than you see in the rural areas. So we've got to be, it's important to know what's in and what's out. That's key when we look at races. Number 2, Senator Santorum pointed out Florida. That's important. What we've seen already in Miami-Dade, what Ron DeSantis is doing, and it's not over yet, but he is really ahead in places that Hillary won big in 2016, Biden won by a little less in 2020, and DeSantis is now winning big. That shows that not in South Florida, it's one thing to win in the I-4 corridor and in the Panhandle. To win South Florida, that's a big shift.
Well, one thing, too, we'll look for is how much of the migration towards Florida is that playing an impact tonight? This is something you talked about before.
That's important, right? So you think about what's happened. This is the first election that we're going to see post-COVID. How many of those New Yorkers moved to Florida? How many of those Californians moved to Texas and Arizona? And so what was going to happen is we are going to find a lot of folks that are voting for the first time in the places that they moved and not where they came from. And how does that shake out?
Right.
We'll see, because did they re-register? I don't know.
Yeah, that's great for Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio. Not so great for Lee Zeldin.
And this is something, too,
that's a concern.
That Governor DeSantis has even talked about before the pandemic, the increase in Republicans registering in Florida as Republicans.
Yeah, something that I definitely have to point out here. It's while it's good that DeSantis is having this huge win, which was to be expected in Florida, and is winning South Florida. Like that's unexpected. Because South Florida has been so blue, especially Miami-Dade. But DeSantis is just so popular that he's winning in all of these areas that would have been harder for him probably in 2018. And now that Californians are moving to Texas and Arizona, New Yorkers are moving to Florida, like it'll be interesting to see how many voters that moved, how the elections will be impacted by those migrants. Like that's something, you know, having, you know, all these people that moved out of these blue states, you know, those blue states are going to suffer. And it's a little concerning that Lee Zeldin might not get all the support, enough support from the Republicans that left New York.
Well,
Because,
we'll see. I mean,
because they won't be able to vote in those elections.
That's bearing fruit tonight. But talk more about the North Carolina race and why you think we are in this position now where it seems like Ted Budd is underperforming a little bit.
Well, look, again, I think part of this depends on what comes in. We're going to see Raleigh come in quick. We're going to see a lot of these big areas come in. The rural counties are going to come in a little slower. So again, how much is coming in, and it's going to take a little bit longer. So you're going to see immediately, right when those polls close, a lot of the urban areas come in, the urban centers. So that's not that shocking, right? The question is, does he start to make up that ground quick? But remember, you've had a lot of migration into North Carolina. You don't have the top of the ticket. So how these guys do head-to-head, there's not a lot of super PACs that were playing there. So this is truly going to be a real test, right? A lot of these other states, you've had a top of the ticket that's affecting it, maybe some congressional races. This, to me, is the true test of where the two parties stand that you're going to look at and say, okay, you've got a heavy minority population, you've got rural versus urban. Everything's at play here so that you can extrapolate it countrywide and say, if Democrats can do well there, they can do well anywhere. If Republicans do well, that's good news for them.
We were talking about Florida. I believe we're going to call Florida right now. Soon enough, we got the race. We're going to call it for Marco Rubio.
right.
And here we are at 8:05 p.m. Marco Rubio.
All right, sounds very good.
Think about this, though. How close the last few statewide races over the last several cycles have been, and you're calling a race this quick.
We also
That
talked,
shows
too,
such a shift.
about the Don Bolduc race and how much Maggie Hassan outraised him. This is another race, too, where the Democrat outraised Marco Rubio, the incumbent, and it didn't matter.
You know, you talk about how well that Governor DeSantis is doing. I wonder how President Trump, who has not said he's in the race, wink, 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 but for the president, but I suspect that he wants him to win, but not by that much.
Well, to me, the interesting thing here is how well Rubio is doing vis-a-vis DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis we thought was going to have a big win. Most of them were saying it's going to be double digits, but Rubio was running sort of half, maybe a little better than half of what DeSantis' margin is. And they're running within a couple of points of each other right now, which tells you it's not just DeSantis, or maybe in some respects it is DeSantis and what's going on in the state of Florida that he's authored, but it's benefiting everybody. It's benefiting Rubio. Look, let's set aside. Marco Rubio's a good candidate. He ran a good campaign. But this is an impressive win. This is a game-changing win in the state of Florida.
Who was talked about as a potential VP nominee, too, just went down in flames, Val Demings in Florida. All right, we talked about the importance of calling what is in and what is not in, but let's get over to Mark Halper now, who is at the Newsmax.
Wow, Fetterman is destroying Dr. Oz so far. This is...
But let's get the latest data. First of all,
whoa.
We talked about whether how Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio is doing. And
this is getting crazy.
DeSantis storyline is an incredibly big one. So look at Florida, and we've talked about in the governor's race, Ron DeSantis way ahead. And you think politics and election night, you think we're going to be up all night watching Florida. Well, we're not, because both the governor's race and the Senate race have now been projected. Now, if you go inside the governor's race, you see in, for instance, Miami-Dade County, what was Donald Trump's vision of the Republican Party, that it would be able to win in places like Miami-Dade? So look, Ron DeSantis has got 53.
Miami-Dade is going red. Whoa.
46. So on the DeSantis side, they're going to be doing a little bit of crowing, right? That he's outperforming in Miami-Dade well above what Donald Trump did. Trust me, President Trump will notice that too. Now, let's go to North Carolina, which Sean has been talking about all day. Senator Santorum said this is an outlier right now. Mostly what we're seeing is strong Republican performance in these eastern states where the polls have closed. But North Carolina is an extraordinary outlier, including in the Senate race and some House races. Here's the Senate race, almost half the vote in. Democrat Sherry Beasley, former Supreme Court Justice, is ahead of Ted Budd. Now look, as Sean said, we got to figure out, dig in here, where is the vote out? Ted Budd has not been, in the view of many, a great candidate. He got the nomination because Donald Trump endorsed him. If Ted Budd doesn't win this race, everyone's calculations about Senate control go up in flames, because this would be a pickup for the Democrats. It's currently a Republican seat. We're going to watch this one closely.
All right, Thanks, Mark. Of course, we'll check back in with you frequently at the big board tonight.
And for more, let's check in with senior correspondent John Huddy. He is live from the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania. John?
Yeah, that's right. We are here at the Dr. Oz headquarters in Newtown, and we're waiting for some of the results to come in. The polls close at 8 o'clock here in Pennsylvania, with the exception of Luzerne County, which is in the northeastern part of the state and includes Wilkes-Barre, the city of Wilkes-Barre. And apparently there were problems in some of the polling precincts that ran out of ballot paper. This, as John Fetterman's campaign is suing in order to allow ballot dates or no dates to be counted. This has been a big contentious issue throughout the day, going back to yesterday, and it stems from a...
Why has John Fetterman gone to the extent of suing for ballots that are undated to be counted? Like, does he want just, clearly it's like he wants the, a legitimate reason for the illegitimate votes to be counted.
All ballots need to have a correct date in order to be counted. Well, apparently 3,500, at least 3,500 ballots in the Philadelphia area were set aside because of mail-in ballots because they did not have a correct date on there. So John Fetterman's campaign enlisted the help of Mark Elias, a controversial, well-known figure. He was Hillary Clinton's lawyer, to fight this, to try to get a federal judge to intervene to allow those ballots to be counted. This is a big deal for the Democrats because 70% of mail-in ballots went to registered Democrats here in the state. So this could, be an issue for the Democrats, and the Fetterman campaign says
this election is stolen for sure.
Mail-in ballots not being counted. We'll see. But here at the Oz campaign headquarters, look, this has been a contentious race. It is now a tight race. If you believe the latest polls, it's been neck and neck. And the Oz campaign has told me they're excited, they're feeling confident about it. Dr. Oz, he spoke at a rally yesterday in Montgomery County, which was traditionally blue. It voted heavily for Joe Biden back in 2020, also 2018, who went blue during the primaries. Well, this time he's trying to pick up undecided votes. He's trying to turn them red. So we're watching Montgomery County, we're watching Bucks County to see if possibly these counties go red for Dr. Oz. But his campaign says they're confident, and as he said, it's a stark contrast between he and Fetterman. Oz making the case and basically emphasizing that he wants to go into office and get rid of some of the radical and extremist ideas that John Fetterman brings to the table. So we'll see. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, John Huddy. Now let's head over to the newsroom where Pennsylvania Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and pollster at McLaughlin Associates and Trump 2020 campaign pollster John McLaughlin are standing by. Congressman Reschenthaler, you ran unopposed in your district, and thus with great confidence, we can project you are the winner in your election, so congratulations.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And Congressman Reschenthaler and John McLaughlin, I want to ask you, when you look at these numbers, it's very early, but the Republicans have been so optimistic that this would be a good night for them. As you look at these very early numbers, what's the message? Anything at all?
Well, I think you got to count the votes more than anything else. But a lot of these states, the early vote is being counted in terms of the absentees and the early in-person vote. And I think the Republicans are holding their own, and the election day voters should go for us. So, optimistic that things will go well, and we'll see what happens that we make our numbers to take control of the Senate and also pick up more House seats.
It's interesting how the candidates on both sides of the aisle in all these races say that they're very confident, very optimistic, that they're all within the margin of error. If I were running, I'd be sick to my stomach, even if I were within that margin of error. Are they overstating this? Are they just saying this because they've got to say this to their supporters tonight?
That it may be more important for those people, particularly in those states that are still voting. So they want to keep getting their vote out right until the end, until the polls close, because the time zones changes. There's still a lot of states where the polls are still open, like in New York. So people are still going out for the governor's race for Lee Zeldin and still hoping that they're on the cusp of a big victory there. So states where they've closed, then we're seeing the vote counts, and you got to wait till they all, till you get more of a critical mass.
Before we have to go, are you seeing anything in the data that has come in so far in Pennsylvania that stands out to you?
Well, go ahead. Listen.
No, so we're just waiting on seeing the numbers in Pennsylvania. I still think that what we're going to see is as the polls close that absentee ballots getting counted first, which will give Fetterman somewhat of a bounce. But then as the other results come in, I think Oz will creep up. And again, I still think Oz wins this thing by 2 or 3%.
To just settle in because everyone's anticipating quite a long time before we get the final results out of Pennsylvania. Congressman Guy Reschenthaler and John McLaughlin, thank you guys. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you, of course, throughout the evening. All right, coming right up, we're going to continue our coverage of one of the most important nights of the year. I mean, probably the most important night of the year,
I think
right?
it probably is.
For the folks like us following this stuff as we watch for a possible change in the balance of power in our nation. We're looking closely at what's going on in North Carolina. Also looking live at the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania. It is early. It could be anyone's night. Stay with us. Later on, we'll also check back with Eric Bolling. He'll join us live from former President Trump's home, Mar-a-Lago, as the nation keeps a close eye on President Trump's favorite candidates. And I hear the food spread at Mar-a-Lago is pretty good tonight for the reporters, so we'll get a live report on that from Eric as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's shocking. 7 out of 10 Americans miss out on their full Social Security benefits, and the average couple leaves up to $120,000 unclaimed. Don't let that happen to you. Get the free report by leading Social Security expert Matthew Allen and boost your Social Security by up
Stay off social media, people, if you're trying to figure out, are there really issues with voting?
Well, I'm here at Nolan School here in Detroit. They're voting. There you go. We did get a little problem. Some people who did vote here say they were, when they showed up to vote in person, that they had already voted absentee. Not the case. Election officials in Detroit, they're aware of the problem. They are encouraging officials to use the hard copy voter list, not the electronic lists, and they say that anyone who shows up will be allowed to vote. Polls close 8 o'clock all through the state.
I'm told we just got Miami-Dade. This is a big one in Florida. Let's take a look at, okay. We got the, yeah. So let's put this in some perspective. Miami-Dade County has 2.75 million people. In 2016, this was a Democratic county by 30 points. Hillary Clinton won this county by 30 points. Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. It began is 70% Hispanic. It began
I just want to play this really funny clip. That MSNBC panel failing to hold their impartiality as they gasp when they see the returns from Miami-Dade County. This was just so great. There's a way to.
We just got. I'm told. We just.
Oh good. For some reason, this is not letting me. Okay, I guess we'll just have to download it and open it.
I'm told we just got my. just got Miami-Dade. This is a big one in Florida. Let's take a look at, okay. We got the, yeah. So let's put this in some perspective. Miami-Dade County has 2.75 million people. In 2016, this was a Democratic county by 30 points. Hillary Clinton won this county by 30 points. Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. It began
So yeah, they can't seem to deal with the fact that, you know, they just lost a Latino Democrat dominated area. Yeah, they cannot wrap their heads around that. It's pretty sad. Alright, so let's go over to our free spoke map and let's just see how we are doing. Okay, so in Pennsylvania, that's definitely going to be a long count that we're in. Probably it's going to take a few days. And if we go ahead and look at Oklahoma, we see that James Langford has won that Senate seat. Looks like they got about 17% of the count in, and Pennsylvania we only have about 5%. Both of these closed, so yeah, these are all going to take a very long time. Okay. Yeah, this is just taking way too long. I don't really you know, I don't really expect that we're going to know any results tonight. They're figuring out a way right now to stall the results as much as possible. So alright guys, well, now I'm going to really just start collecting whatever footage comes out of, you know, out of tonight. You know, I think there's just so much that, there's only really so much that I can go on about here. So just continue following the coverage, you know, send me any footage that you think is worth making a meme into. I'm really just going to kick back, look at how things unfold, and stare into this infinite stream window. Yes, I look at myself. Anyway, well, I wasn't exactly your Newsmax or your Fox News, but it was a lot of fun talking to you guys. Should be exciting what goes down tonight. I don't think we're gonna know anything about New York or Pennsylvania tonight, so that's just why I'm not gonna hang on for much longer tonight. So please feel free to check back my channel for anything. I'm definitely going to be posting on things, on some new stuff that's coming out. But yeah, let's just see how things unfold tonight, and I will be sure to bring you the latest updates whenever I can. All right, thank you all. Take care and enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm not going to end the stream yet, but I am going to be here. So I will check back with you guys if something comes up.
So why did that happen via redistricting? Governor DeSantis got rid of map
seats in Florida.
seats. So why did that happen via redistricting? Governor DeSantis got rid of maps that had minority access maps. He basically drew what he called race neutral maps, where he signed on to that plan. So Republicans are going to control 21 seats by the night's end. That's a really big deal. There's only 28 in the state. So when you look at what the House is going to do in this, in this election, if the House goes red, as it looks like it's going to, Florida's redistricting is going to drive a lot of that. But in those congressional races, they turned out the way they, another Republican wave there too.
Yeah. It looks like a lot of these candidates are stepping up to the stage, at least to concede there. Demings just conceded. Chris just conceded. We're going to show our viewers Charlie Crist's concession speech after we speak with you. But let's talk about Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Former President Trump held a rally in Ohio just yesterday. And, a lot of people were talking about that announcement he made about this November 15th election possible preview for 2024 that's going to happen at Mar-a-Lago. He has a new nickname for Ron DeSantis, Ron DeSanctimonious. Many are speculating, this was Charlie Crist's line, that, why should voters vote for DeSantis if they can't guarantee he's going to be there for the full 4 years? What's going on in Florida?
Well, Donald Trump is basically
Just kidding, I'm still here.
and calling Ron DeSantis Ron DeSanctimonious. It didn't go over well with the entire right, but it didn't matter. It was an opening shot. And Trump has talked to reporter after reporter in the last couple of days talking about if DeSantis gets into the race, then he's going to make DeSantis pay for it. He's giving interviews all across the spectrum. Ron DeSantis, he obviously is a threat to Donald Trump, but kind of get the impression that Donald Trump knows a lot about Ron DeSantis he's not using. We've seen Donald Trump go after people for Jeb Bush, Texas.
58 to 41. Damn.
And is Ron DeSantis different? That remains to be seen, but whether Ron DeSantis wants to announce for 2024 or not, it appears that Donald Trump is calling his bluff and saying you either get in or you stay out. But there have been a lot of warnings to Ron DeSantis to stay out of this race, wait until